We'd like to thank you for listening and invite you to listen to Moishe's other lectures and engagements. What follows is a lecture given by Moishe Postone on February 2nd, 2017 in his Capital Seminar at the University of Chicago. This lecture covers Capital Volume 1.
One of the reasons why I'm emphasizing, or I've been trying to emphasize, and I hope people have noticed this, I'm emphasizing Marx's theory of social mediation. The physical dimension veils the mediational dimension. So people who focus only on the physical dimension, in a sense, within Marx's framework, understand the process. Do you recall when he introduces the process of production, he distinguishes, he says the process of production in capitalism is at one and the same time a labor process and a valorization process. You remember that? I mean, I need to get feedback from you so I'll know whether, when you don't move your heads, whether it's just clear, you know it, or whether I now have to review the whole thing. So it's extremely important for me to be getting feedback from you. Now, what he does in the rest of the book, once he's introduced that, a lot of people take his description of the labor process, where you have an agent with a conception that they want to realize. They take tools, raw materials, and they produce their product. And a lot of people sort of cherry pick. They take that and they say, this is Marx's theory of labor. In fact, what he does is he says, this is the labor process abstractly seen. And then he describes the valorization process as the process of creating value. And everybody jumps on the fact that at the end he talks about surplus value, but few people pay attention to what he says about simply what it means to have a process, the goal of which is the production of value. If value, and it is an if at this point, if value is an expression of labor time expenditure, then if you think about it, the valorization process is a process within which labor is the raw material. Instead of being the teleological activity, it becomes the raw material. And the goal is really the production of labor time. It makes no difference whether that commodity that's produced is material or immaterial. However, value is not wealth, and that there are two confusions involved with the theory of immaterial labor that make it more difficult to adequately approach. One is that there's a physicalist understanding of production, and the second is that there isn't an understanding that value is not the same as wealth. Yes?
So Marx talks about productive labor versus non-productive labor. And I think he talks about the administrative work of running the. Louder. He talks about the administrative work of counting and these tasks that are not about producing the stuff itself, but just on the side. And he calls that non-productive work. I guess that. But that still is labor time that produces value?
No. That's why it's unproductive work.
So
the criterion for productive is value. Is not what is productive for society, is not what is productive in terms of goods. So you cannot take Marx's, you cannot discuss this without seeing what he's trying to do.
So an accounting firm that sells its it charges $5 for its
is not productive.
So all the design and branding work that people do, all the advertising work, none of that is productive. It doesn't generate value.
Right.
But
it can generate profit. And volume 3 is about the difference between profit and value.
But how do you know if something's producing value?
That's why I'm trying to go through volume 1. What you're doing is you're taking a static snapshot. It's a very, the reason I'm taking so long is to try to indicate to you what the argument is. Not a set of propositions that you then say, what about, and what about, and what about. So if I can't get through volume 1, then the other questions are really misleading. So I'd ask you to hold off for a minute. Okay? Because I'm right at the very beginning when I'm talking about valorization process and labor process. We have to see what happens with that. Well, this is going to take a little longer than I had hoped. What he does is he then goes on in the next 500 pages to indicate how the labor process becomes molded by the valorization process. These aren't two independent things. And what he does with these two is he runs through their interaction twice. Once in terms of formal value, and once in terms of the labor process. The next 5 or 6 chapters of volume 1 are running it through. The first thing he begins to deal with is the length of the working day. We have, according to Marx, surplus value, meaning that the amount of value that workers produce every day is greater than the amount of value required to reproduce the workers. All of this, incidentally, is supposed to be a theory of capitalism as a whole. This isn't a theory of firms. Okay. Now, obviously, one way of increasing the ratio of surplus labor time to necessary labor time is by expanding the working day, which in fact historically is the case. The amount of time people work increases enormously from the late Middle Ages through the early 19th century. You have struggles in the mid-19th century about the length of the working day, with the result that in 1848, Parliament passes the 10-hour workday bill. The workday is limited to 10 hours, legally. Now, subsidiary dimensions of what he describes are, number one, to say that the workers are struggling now for the length of the working day indicates they've already become acculturated to the idea of the working day. Right, as I mentioned, E.P. Thompson writes about this. The idea that you have a regular working day, whether it's dark or light, whether it's summer or winter, that is the same in all seasons, is radically new. And near the beginning, for centuries, workers reacted against it. By the late 18th and early 19th century, in a sense, they've assimilated that. They've assimilated that there is such a thing as a regular working day. So the struggle for the length of the working day implies already an acceptance of the working day. That's number one. Number two, and I think this is really quite important, formally, the workers are commodity owners. And in a sense, their notion of justice for Marx is an expression of them being commodity owners. They do not refer back, once they've accepted the working day, to traditional norms that are being violated. They refer to the conditions of work. Yeah? Okay. Now, a commodity owner can bargain for the conditions of the sale of their commodity. And in a sense, it's only with the 10-hour working day that the workers, who one could say formally had been commodity owners, become real commodity owners. Right? They have used struggle in order to determine the conditions of the sale of their labor power. Wait a second. And I want you to notice that within this text, what it means is that they became commodity owners through collective action. Within this framework, it is not the case that collective action in and of itself points beyond capitalism, and that you have a kind of an opposition. Individual is to collective as capitalism is to socialism, let's say. It's not the case. The workers become commodity owners through collective action. It's not that through collective action they're pointing beyond capitalism. Now,
with regard to the question of what somebody who's doing branding is doing, I'm assuming that that's a circulation process?
It is.
Right.
And I want to leave that now. It is something he tries to talk about in Volume 2. Yes.
So I just want to be clear. You said only once they've negotiated for the working day, like that they become actual commodity owners. Is that because they have now become party to like the formation of their contract? Like they're actually party to negotiations, yes, instead of just being thrown around at will?
That's exactly right. So the form of resistance, and it is a form of resistance, and what issues out of that resistance, the fact that it is collective and resistance does not necessarily point beyond capitalism. These things shouldn't be simply equated. is what I'm saying on the basis of this text, within this framework. Now, as it were, the cunning of history is that the result of the limitation of the working day is relative surplus value. Now, what Marx means by relative surplus value is that, and this is true for society as a whole, it's not true on an individual firm level. Relative surplus value is when productivity then begins to be raised, which has the effect of lowering the value of necessary labor time. The amount of time it takes for workers to produce their means of reproduction. This does not mean necessarily immiseration. It can mean a rise in the standard of living. But Marx's point is, with relative surplus value, the way you increase the surplus is by decreasing necessary labor time, not by expanding the surplus. So the surplus is expanded relative to the decrease, and this is done, according to Marx, by increasing productivity. And it's at this point, and coming back to what you read from the screen, it's at this point that the temporal dimension of the forms becomes important. Now, within Marx's framework, you need higher and higher increases in productivity for smaller and smaller decreases in necessary labor time. Right? So that if you have a 12-hour working day and 6 of which are necessary labor time, if you double productivity, this is across the board socially. Necessary labor time drops from 6 hours to 3 hours. You double productivity again, it drops from 3 hours to an hour and a half. You double productivity again, it goes from 90 minutes to 45 minutes, etc., etc. This is, in a sense, a built-in mechanism within Marx's framework for ever-increasing levels of productivity. So that the kind of takeoff of industrial capital for Marx, or let's put it this way, the theory is trying to explain that takeoff. It doesn't predict that takeoff. It's a phenomenon that the theory, this is one of the things the theory is trying to illuminate. Which you cannot do, and he'll come back in circulation on the basis of any theory that presupposes equilibrium. That then gets bracketed. That is, the accelerating growth and productivity becomes bracketed. Now, if you think about it, what it means, among many other things, is that you get more and more stuff being produced. And yet, the stuff being produced is not a reflection of the real underlying social wealth, if the underlying social wealth in capitalism is value. So you can produce 100 times as much but the society is not 100 times richer, and not only because of extremes of maldistribution. That's one of the things the theory is trying to address. It's not only a distributive problem, according to Marx. It's because material production is simply a vehicle for value production. Kelly, you're about to ask something.
Yeah, thanks. Did you say what it means is that you get more and more stuff being produced, yet the stuff is not a reflection of real underlying social wealth? I get it up to there, and then I think you said if the underlying social wealth in capitalism is value, but I thought you were saying precisely it's not.
No, it is. I'm sorry, the problem is the use of the word wealth. Social wealth in capitalism is value, according to Marx. The theory of value, and eventually we'll be able to come back to this issue of branding of immaterial labor, etc. The theory of value is not, unlike Smith or Ricardo and much Marxism, a theory of wealth, period. It's not a theory that claims that wealth at all times and in all places is a function of the expenditure of labor. It really doesn't. It's, as a matter of fact, quite the opposite. So one of the things that value theory is trying to do already in Volume 1, you have to see what the theory is trying to explain. It's trying to account for this runaway growth that begins, growth in quotation marks, that begins to characterize capitalism. It would be an attempt to explain the enormous productivity that is unleashed, as it were, or constituted would be better, without reference to any kind of either transhistorical theory of development, or certainly any quasi-ontological theory about the superiority of Europeans. At the same time, it's not simply denying that that productivity exists. It does. So one of the things that value theory is trying to do is to explain this. The amount of material goods produced is not directly a statement of the amount of social wealth produced. Why? Because social wealth is value in capitalism. I don't know if I clarified that.
You did. I think in previous classes you had said something to distinguish this idea of wealth as value in capitalism from some kind of like real...
Marx uses the word real wealth, but that's because wealth for Marx is a transhistorical category, but it has different forms in different societies. And in capitalism, the form of wealth is value. Now, in a sense, with relative surplus value, by looking at it in, as it were, the formal dimension, the valorization dimension, what you get is this trajectory. And of course, the trajectory means that more and more things are produced, which also means that more and more raw materials are consumed, which also means more and more energy is required to transform the raw materials into those goods. A problem that I have with extraction theory is that it's relevant, extraction is relevant to like all human societies. That doesn't explain this tremendous acceleration. And it's not simply that Western Europeans and North Americans become greedy for energy. That's A. So the temporal dimension begins to, in a sense, take hold once you've got relative surplus value. Another way of putting this is that the enormous ongoing increases in productivity allows the possibility that Marx relativizes value. This was not available historically to Smith or Ricardo. So they moved there and back. Now, he's going to go back and look at the development of the labor process. And he does so, in a sense, while filling out the category of capital. And let me try to elaborate. As you recall, capital, the initial formula for capital is MCM prime. You have money, you buy commodities, as we'll see in volume 2, that's essentially labor and raw materials, and you have a product that has more value than the amount of value that you invested. So it's MCM prime. Now, the first thing is, I want you to notice that capital is that movement. Capital isn't the M prime. It's the movement itself in Marx. And to come back to the very beginning of the text, where he says that a commodity is a value and a use value. And then when he talks about commodity exchange, simple commodity exchange, simple being logical now, not tribal. He says you have a commodity, you exchange it for money, which you exchange for a commodity. Now, the way Marx formulates this is that the value of commodity 1 becomes expressed in the money, which then is transferred again to the value of commodity 2. It's a metamorphosis for him. And at this point, early in the text, you wonder, what an unnecessary, complicated way to deal with simple exchange. Why not? You've got a discrete object and you've got money as a mediation, and then you've got another discrete. Why not that? And that only begins to make sense when you see at the beginning his analysis of capital. Because with capital, you can't say you take your money and now what? The goods that you buy, the mediation? How do you get to the end? What he says is that value is flowing through all of these. So the metamorphosis capital is an ongoing metamorphosis of the two sides of the commodity. You start with M, it goes to C, it goes to M prime, it goes to C, it goes to M double prime. The flow is capital, what he calls self-valorization. And to get that flow, he uses the double-sidedness of the commodity. As long as you just stay in chapter 1 and you're worried about taking objects and exchanging them for others, you really can't justify what he's trying to do and why he does it in this complicated way. So capital is the flow. And that flow is not one that you have in other societies. Right? You have certainly merchant capital long before you have capitalism. But merchant capitalism depends on buying cheap and selling dear. That is fine, but it's not the basis for ongoing growth of value. You can't derive modern capitalism logically from merchant capital, even though it antedates it. Okay. So that's the double-sided. Well, that's where you begin to see retrospectively what the double-sided of the commodity form is. Just as you begin to see retrospectively with relative surplus value why labor time is an essential dimension of the form. Now, he has 3 chapters. They're very significant. After he goes through the formal dimension, he calls it cooperation, machinery, large-scale industry. Now, he says that capitalism is large-scale from the beginning. Capitalism does not start in small artisanal workshops. Historically. Workers working together their productive power is greater than the sum of its parts. There is an increase in productive power that cannot be broken down to the sum of the individuals. That productive power is something for which the capitalist does not pay, but it belongs to capital. Okay? Now, I want to do a series of hypotheticals within the text. At that point, it seems as if at that point in the text, the productive powers of the collective worker are really the collective powers of the workers, and you could get rid of the capitalist, and this collective power could belong directly to the workers. That's still possible at that stage. Okay? Then he goes on to manufacturing. Do you know what manufacturing is? What he's referring to?
Hand labor, like physical labor with your hands, production with your hands?
Sure, but how is it different from artisanal labor, which is also with your hands?
It's organized according to a division of labor that places each operation within the role of one agent.
I'm sorry, because of the siren.
The role of one agent.
Okay, could you elaborate on that?
So 19th century manufacturing was probably not that much different from how it was in the 20th century, except for different levels of automation. So if you place, let's say, activity A with worker A, upon which is dependent activity B with worker B, the whole thing kind of comes together because everybody has their separate parts that are playing in cooperation.
Yes. Now, you have to also look at the word manufacture. What does manufacture mean? You
said with your hands.
With your hands. So for Marx, large-scale industry is not manufacture.
Okay.
Okay. Yes?
I didn't quite hear everything that he said, but I understand that an artisan makes a final good from the beginning to the end, and a manufacturer is the division of labor within the process, so no worker makes the good itself. It's only in the process that you can make the good.
Yes. So you were going to add something?
Can it also be classified as like when you're working that you're doing something that's organized by someone who's not you, someone you organized by someone else? Could that be a defining characteristic of manufacturing?
No, because it affects now the labor process itself.
The idea behind manufacture specifically is that you break each of the steps down in the process, their most basic level, and you assign one worker to do each individual step as small as you can possibly get it. And then you use that to be able to make a higher volume of products.
Right. Essentially what you have with manufacturing is an assembly line without any machines. You have an assembly line without any machines that is enormously productive. And it's enormously productive in Marx's term because it is the combined workers who are the machine. They actually are not using new tools. They're using tools that have been used for quite a while. It's just that they are not creating anything themselves except for a part. And you put the parts together, and in a sense, the labor process has now become molded by the valorization process. If, when we talked about relative surplus value, the goal of production was no longer that of a preconceived notion on the part of the worker as an agent, the goal is already set by valorization. Here, the process itself is one that subsumes the workers. So what Marx is trying to illuminate is that value as a goal of production transforms the labor process itself. It's not that you have a labor process which is a technical process that happens to belong to the capitalists. So if you got rid of the capitalists, the labor process would be simply that of the collective workers, because the collectivity does produce, is much more productive than that of the individual workers. But what's the problem of imagining as a counterfactual at this logical stage that you just do away with the capitalist?
You're still acting as though you're a machine, even if you do own like more of the profits flowing from that increased productivity.
You're acting as if you're a machine. In other words, your one-sided or stunted labor is hardly a source of emancipation for Marx. So if you got rid of the capitalist, you're not getting rid of the structure of production that has been molded by capital. And unlike some people who look only at industrial capital, which of course is where it then becomes, it sort of blossoms, all parts of the world are not the same at the eve of the Industrial Revolution in socioeconomic terms. There are parts of the world that are richer than Western Europe, but they don't have anything like manufacture. Now, originally, as far as I'm concerned, Smith, he focuses on manufacture a lot. Of course, there was no industry when he wrote. But in The Wealth of Nations, he focuses on that, I believe, because of an interesting phenomenon in the 18th century historically, which is that Great Britain is punching way above its weight. France has 4 times the population, is richer, had been the dominant country in Europe for centuries. The British come along, and you have world wars between the British and the French in North America, in the Indian subcontinent, in Europe, and the British end up winning. And I think that one of the underlying motives for Adam Smith is to try to figure out how this is possible. And one thing that he looks at is that manufacturing is much more developed in the UK than it is in France. That in terms of normal measures of wealth, population, agricultural production, etc., France is way richer. But it's not. So this much smaller country, on the basis of manufacturing and, of course, commerce, outstrips the French. The same thing could be said as just a rough analogy. The relation of Northwestern Europe, including the UK, and Indian societies and China, societies that were much richer. Much richer. And I don't think this can be explained simply with reference to the nefarious motives of the Western European. A lot of people have nefarious motives. They don't succeed necessarily. Manufacturing is, in a sense, the first very strong, concrete dimension of capital. And you'll notice this breakdown, if you read the chapters on manufacturing in Volume 1, the breakdown really is then paralleled later by Foucault's discussion of the disciplines in Discipline and Punish. The breakdown of everything into small units, etc., whether you're talking about schools or hospitals, etc. And Marx is saying the place where this is really generated is manufacturing, which of course has with it many then ideas of rationalization, of the way you organize things. However, what we did as a counterfactual with cooperation no longer is valid with manufacturing. In Marxist terms, you can't simply decapitate manufacturing, get rid of the capitalists, and what you have is an emancipatory society. Certainly not for Marx. The issue goes far beyond ownership. Yes?
So I guess I have a question about that and Adam Smith and also wealth and value. Excuse me, sorry. But so if the problem with manufacture is that you break down production into all of these parts, and so it's like not emancipatory, right? Because you're just like, I don't know, screwing on the top of a pinhead or something, and spending your whole day doing that, and that's like not really great. I guess I'm wondering, because Adam Smith points that out in The Wealth of Nations too, right? He talks about how like these different parts of manufacturing like make people stupid. So on the one hand, how does like Marx's critique of that like overcome just like mere romanticism for like artisanal work? And then like what is the distinction with Adam Smith? And then in terms of wealth and value, so if the thing driving manufacturing is this goal of value, which is social wealth, and the valorization process of value. And so if we were to say that wealth is like the universal kind of account of human needs in a transhistorical sense, and that our current form of social wealth is value, I guess I don't see how that is like enough to make it inherently like problematic. Like I just don't see
what problematic.
Producing for value, right? Because one could then just argue, well, if you're producing for value and value is our form of social wealth, value like has some sort of relation to actual wealth. And so I guess I'm wondering like where the disconnect is. Yeah, if that makes sense.
First of all, the book doesn't stop here.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no hint of a return to the glories of artisanal labor. None. What chapter follows manufacturing?
Large industry.
Now, do you remember, I mean, large industry, and everybody thinks, well, that's pretty evident, and he spends pages, and people pay a lot of attention to it, talking about how terrible conditions in the factories are, which they were. What's the problem with large industry?
The increasing costs in fixed capital or continue to keep going up because the necessary increases in relative surplus value forced by the process of competition, and to make up for that increasing cost of production, you have to keep making more and more and more and more of the same things and selling more and more and more of the same things.
Right. That we had already just when we introduced the category of relative surplus value. Now it really takes off when you've got machines. Yeah?
Well, isn't part of the problem like what we talked about with variable capital and surplus value? As in you're trying to decrease the variable capital, right, so that you can get more surplus value because less of the time is necessary labor time. Yet because we need like labor time as the raw material for the production of value, you still have to work that whole time, right? So like it doesn't actually decrease the amount of work anyone has to do.
Okay. That's good. That's good. The puzzle with machine production is why hasn't it been labor saving? Now, it seems to me that one of the things, now comes another dimension of the purported payoff of value theory. Do you remember at the very beginning when I introduced the idea of the magnitude of value? And I had like the hand loom weaver and the power loom weaver. And I focused mainly on the fact that if, let's say 10 yards of cloth is the norm and somebody introduces a power loom for 20 yards of cloth an hour, they get twice as much value for that hour. But if a bunch of people say that's a great idea and they jump on board and they introduce the power loom, the 20 yards of cloth, its value will drop down to the original level. Okay? So I said that no matter, this equation would hold no matter how high productivity went. X would remain the same. X is value, according to Marx. What constitutes X? What constitutes value?
Socially necessary labor time?
Labor time, right? You'll notice that within the framework of this system, structurally, and we haven't figured out yet how this happens, that we have not. Structurally, the necessity of value is reconstituted. It seems to me that one of the other things that value theory in Marx, which has nothing in common with value theory in Smith and Ricardo in this sense, what it's trying to explain is why is it that the kind of manufacturing stunting of labor is maintained once you've got advanced production, once you have machines. Value theory, in part, tries to explain why you cannot simply analyze things as kind of technological development. Technological development will not get you some of the anomalies that I think value theory is trying to explain. Okay? If you freeze the whole thing and you just worry about how much labor time went into this cup, you're in a sense going off on a very different tangent. It's a legitimate question. It's just not what Marx is trying to do. Unfortunately, and this is why I am either boring you or exciting you or whatever by going through volume 1 in this detail, is to try to show you what value theory attempts to do, and most Marxism have completely missed that. I mean, completely. So another dimension is why is it that when you have real machines and it's not just the combined humans working together as cogs, like in Smith's pin factory, why is it that people are caught in labor that is one-sided, that is stunting? I think value theory is an attempt. So the trajectory of growth and the nature of production are two things that Marx's value theory are trying to illuminate. Okay? That's number one. Number two, I want to come back to what he does with the concept of capital. In these 3 chapters, cooperation, manufacture, large-scale industry. Capital is first introduced, as I just reminded you, as self-valorizing value. Right? It is the motion. He calls it value in motion. He introduces another dimension. At that point, it's value, and we've got use value sort of running around here somewhere. And if you just stop with the idea, well, production should be for people's needs rather than for profit, that's fine, but that isn't going to get you very far. When he starts with cooperation, you remember when I said that the combined power of the workers is greater than the sum of their individuals? The capitalist pays for the individual, but the amount that accrues to the capitalist is a function also of that collective. But that kind of mysterious social force is for Marx the use-value dimension of labor. And it becomes capital. And at this point, you could still think it's capital because it belongs to the capitalist. By the time he reaches the section on large-scale industry, capital is not only the value dimension, but capital is the constitution of what he calls species general knowledge that no longer can be broken down to the knowledge of the workers. It's no longer analogous to, let's say, the special knowledge that characterized, I know more about Europe than other societies in this regard, that characterized, let's say, guild production. There was a great deal of knowledge involved, but it was very specific to what was being produced. You know, to be a cobbler, and you had to take however many years it took to finish your masterpiece, you know, a good pair of boots, and be a cobbler, there's a lot of knowledge involved. A lot. In terms of leather, what kind of tanning you need, putting it together, what sort of glue, nails, how long lasts the wood, have to cure, dry. You have to know all of that. There's no such thing as going to the internet and, you know, downloading it, or even getting a handbook on it. And we have the kind of weird remnants of that with secret societies today, like the Masons. That's simply the kind of anachronistic afterglow of the fact that in the Middle Ages, the Masons are the people who built these cathedrals. There's a huge amount of engineering knowledge that was known to the Masons, and it was secret knowledge. What happens in the 19th century, according to Marx, is that capital begins to be the repository of knowledge that is not knowledge of a guild, knowledge of a segment of production, but general scientific knowledge. And in a sense, capital, Marx calls it dead labor, but dead labor means the accumulation of the past. Now, a lot of people, so what you have really coming to a head in the chapter on machinery is the opposition of dead labor and living labor. Now, most people I know who read this, not only Orthodox Marxists, going across the board to someone like Jürgen Habermas, assume that what Marx's analysis is about is the resistance and finally the emancipation of living labor against dead labor. You know, dead labor is a terrible term. You know, of course you're going to be on the side of the living. But if you look at it carefully, socially general knowledge is accumulated in alienated form as capital, and the work of living labor becomes increasingly narrow. So, yes. First, second.
So in Volume 3, he mentions the distinction between communal labor and universal labor. Is universal labor like a good synonym for dead labor?
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
Sounds better, certainly.
Than dead labor, yes, absolutely.
What was the term?
Universal labor. It's like a scientific labor that you get inherited through the ages.
But universal labor, actually the better term is socially general labor, is constituted in a form that oppresses the living. So it's not simply there's all this great knowledge out there. Just grab it. On the contrary, what he says is and this also isn't because you have some smart people suddenly, but that the value-based system is generative of the push to increase productivity, which in turn is generative of the development of science and technology. And it's not just a matter of simple knowledge. As I think I indicated to you at some point, the Hellenistic Greeks developed a steam engine. Pretty simple, but then again, so was James Watt's. It never would have occurred to the Greeks to take this steam engine and use it to pump water out of mines. They had mines. And then, on top of that, to use it in order to haul the coal out of the coal mine on little rails. It's not that in Western Europe, suddenly they developed things like the steam engine. It was known, but it was used as a cute toy. Same thing with the clock. To the best of my knowledge, and those of you who know something about China should correct me, when Jesuits introduced the Western clock to China and Japan, I mean, there were two very different receptions. In China, they thought it was cute toys, and they used it for all sorts of little things, maybe shooting off a little cannon or something at a certain time. They found it cute. Life certainly didn't become organized around the clock, simply because, oh, yeah, here's a clock. We can put it up, and people can now know what time it is and when they have to be. No. And Japan, they did something, I think, funnier, which is, in Japan, as in much of the world, hours had been variable, and they vary with the seasons. There's no such thing as a constant hour. What is constant is you have 12 hours daytime and 12 hours nighttime, and because of that, daytime hours are going to be longer in the summer and shorter in the winter. And to measure that takes a lot of technological sophistication. A lot. The Japanese take these Western clocks that the Jesuits bring in, I think it's the 17th century, maybe late 16th, and they modify them so that the hours change with the seasons. There's a lot of work. So you have something called old Japanese clocks, and they, are dominant in Japan until the Meiji Restoration, also known as the introduction of capitalism, into Japan, where suddenly they develop the Western clock, but not for lack of the technical knowledge. As a matter of fact, when I was in Japan, there was this very curious time museum where that whole period of the Japanese clocks is simply eradicated. They jump from things like sundials to Seiko in the late 19th century. So if they've wiped out their own alternative history. At any rate, the theory is an attempt to explain a number of features of Western capitalism that become global, because for Marx, capitalism is global from the very beginning. It's not a national economy, and then you have modules of other national economies that either do or don't follow this. It's a global system from the beginning. But that doesn't mean it's uniform. It's not. But it is global. So the theory is an attempt to explain this trajectory of growth but also this cure that, is generative of enormous productivity. And it's not just mechanical. Remember, by the time Marx is writing the manuscripts that become capital, which is, decades after his early works, let's say German industry is well known for. What branch of German industry becomes well known? Very well known. Other than steel. I mean, you know about steel. Krupp steel, yeah. Industrial chemicals. The chemical industry is huge in Germany.
Like IG Farben, right? Like that one.
It then becomes IG Farben, right? Bayer aspirin, which is, of course, taken over by the American government in World War I. So it becomes also an American firm. You can't have, to the best of my knowledge, a major industrial-sized chemical industry without science. Yeah.
Going back to something you said a little bit.
Actually, I should go by the queue. Okay? I called on both of you, but you were next in line, weren't you?
Yeah, but I think it's resolved. Thanks.
You think it's resolved? Okay. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
A lot of this, I think, kind of departs from or is tied up with this riddle of, and it's a good riddle, why doesn't labor-saving technology save any labor?
Right.
And I think the answer is, to some extent, that what the system is actually after is squeezing the labor time out of human beings, so there's going to be reconstituting a need for more labor. And over the past 5-10 years, something like this, the economists, some of them with, I'm on speaking terms with the economists.
With the economists, okay.
Well, it's social occasion. Something.
Deep water or fresh water?
They say, some of them, that what has happened with the most recent wave of technology and all this is that increasingly, and for the first time, technology is no longer a complement to labor, but is starting to appear more as a replacement, possibly. And so the absolute need for labor is decreasing.
They say that in the 60s too.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, they said that in the
60s.
60s. They said that for a very long time, to be honest.
So something that I don't know, like I am compelled to plead ignorance on this, is if there's a proliferation of actual factories of men and women and everything in other parts of the world. Capitalism is a global system that makes up for this. But, well, I don't know. From there, maybe they always sound like it's different this time.
But it does.
Yeah.
It's not that it was the same, but the idea that the machine really replaces labor rather than being a complement to it, that's at least 150 years old. Now, it's true that the machines get increasingly sophisticated. There's no question about it. So it depends what industry you're looking at. And it's not just in the last 5 or 10 years. Even
there seems to be an increased hysteria about it over the last 5 or 10 years, but I don't really.
There was this hysteria in the 60s. That doesn't mean everything is the same.
Right.
It doesn't. But this is partially because economists, bless their hearts, always assumed, totally ahistorically, that if you have technological displacement of work here, you're going to get other work there. And this was truest in the first half of the 20th century. A lot of people would argue that has stopped being true.
So how does that square with the...
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay.
So your discussion of machinery and science relates to discussions that were happening, at least from the 60s in the Italian context, about the inherent emancipatory potential in machines used for capitalist production. And there's a spectrum of opinions on this. On the one side, there were people who thought that given the fact that capitalist machines were so formed by the valorization process, they were inherently forces of domination, so that in a post-capitalist society, we could not use them. On the other side of the spectrum, in the later 60s and then 70s, there are figures like Negri who are pointing to the fragment on machines in the Grundrisse and saying that actually this sort of science that is embodied in machines is the foundation of communism itself. So I'm wondering if you could position your own view somewhere within the spectrum.
Yeah, both of them are wrong. And both of them are right. I think the title the Italians gave is telling. The Fragment on Machines. Marx gave that section a title. It's called Contradiction Between the Foundation of Bourgeois Production and Its Result. The Italians wiped out the word contradiction. So you'll notice in what you've described, and I think accurately, and some people try to put me in that, oh, that's just Negri. It's not true. With the Italians, you say it's a force of domination. Therefore, the ineffable new has to take its place. What that looks like, we don't know, but it's got to be totally new. And then you've got the people who say, let's take the machines, get rid of the capitalists, and this is the ground of emancipation. I think what Marx is trying to argue with the concept of capital is that capital generates, let's call it species general, socially general, knowledge and powers in an alienated form. Then the question is the appropriation of that. But it's an appropriation. It's not simply a throwing into the dustbin of history, nor is it simply to continue on. But you'll notice, with that case, what is the source of the potential of emancipation?
Knowledge, in this case?
Yeah, and knowledge is constituted historically in what form, according to Marx?
Value.
No, value is underlying all of it. Capital. Dead labor. Dead labor is the source of emancipation, not living labor. Yeah?
So what about when you have something like the what is being called the Internet of Things, where machines can now produce their own knowledge, say like self-driving cars, when one of them makes a mistake, none of them will ever make that mistake again. They all learn from it because they're all connected. So how
they just can't see trucks that they drive into.
I mean, okay. But how would this capacity for machines to potentially produce their own knowledge alter Marx's ideas at all, or like would that?
Why would it?
I don't know. I'm asking. Would that
First, let's try to see what he's trying to explain. Then we can do all of our hypotheticals. Okay?
Alrighty.
Yes.
I just want to make a point in that question there. There's a book out there by John Gray called The Immortalization Commission, and it also discussed like Lenin's aspirations for technological advances to not only liberate people from having to work, but also from death. So it's a really interesting kind of side point. It is a very old idea. And also about value. So if we create these machines that should be doing work for us, and yet we still work more hours than previously past, if that relates to our fundamental reliance on the concept and maintenance and reproduction of value, to what relationship is shared between value as understood in the capitalist context and something like enforced scarcity for Marx.
What's your last point? Sorry.
First of all, and then we're going to have to get back to the text. What Volume 1 does, or attempts to do, is really outline the historical trajectory of capitalism. It's not the economics. The economics comes in 2 and 3, for various reasons, one of them being people aren't aware of value. So then the question is, how do they constitute this structural form without being aware of it? That's going to be our task in Volume 3. So, I mean, the value form for Marx does generate certain forms of consciousness, for sure. But the question of, as we saw with liberty, equality, justice, and Bentham, but the question still is, what we're working out here is the structural reproduction of the system. We haven't reached the point, and I don't know if anybody has, that's going to be our exploration, of how do humans who are unaware of this structure, how do they act in a way that reproduces it? And that has to do with the relationship of profit and value, for example. But we're going to get there, okay? Right now, all I'm trying to do is show that when I said near the beginning, I said don't have a physicalist understanding of what Marx is doing, because it's through this theory of value as a form of mediation that he develops a dynamism that is characteristic of capitalism, both in terms of, for lack of a better term, let me call it trajectory of growth, as well as the structure of production that it produces. So value theory is an attempt to explain both. However, you'll notice that once you get machines, there's an increasingly anachronistic character of value. In manufacturing, for example, speaking very crudely, there is still some sort of, if you will, rough correlation between the amount of labor time expended and the output. Once you have machine production, that no longer is the case. The difference between what Marx is trying to do and what a lot of arguments about capital assume is that for Marx, to say value is historically specific to capitalism means that capitalism undermines value in the long run as an adequate form of wealth. And yet, because it depends on value, there isn't simply, for example, in the 60s, people as disparate, or maybe not, as Daniel Bell and Jürgen Habermas said it was okay to have a labor theory of value as long as people produced literally with their arms. But today we should have a science and technology theory of value. And other people say still further, and today we should have an electronic theory of value. And that misunderstands what Marx is trying to do with value. As I mentioned when you introduced the Italians, that what they leave out is the idea of contradiction. Now, it's true that the word contradiction has been really debased in orthodox Marxist discourse and in Maoism. Really debate, so people hear the word and they don't want to know anything about it, and that's understandable. Contradiction doesn't simply mean conflict. Contradiction between first world and third world, that's not a contradiction. Or as a means of explaining economic crises, period. What Marx says in this section that the Italians misnamed the fragment on machines is that there is a growing contradiction between the socially general powers constituted by capital and its value base. And what he says in that section is that the trajectory of capital is to render labor time superfluous and at the same time to maintain labor time as the condition of life and death of capitalism. That's what a contradiction is. That value is at one and the same time generative of what points beyond it and hinders that from ever being realized. And it's that skewing that then characterizes fully developed capitalism. So it by no means is a simple trajectory of progress, A, nor is it something that can be analyzed in purely property terms. This goes far beyond that. I need a second cup of coffee. We're almost done. But I hope by hammering this over and over again, you will see what he's trying to do in Volume 1, because Volume 2 begins right away with what disguises Volume 1. And it's only significant if you see what he's trying to do. Otherwise, you think he is a fundamentalist about material production, and now he's saying that circulation and other immaterial things hide what's really true, which is, this is stuff. I don't think the trajectory of history is stuff. Okay? Can we get a coffee? Where did we leave off?
Volume 1.
Volume 1. Thank you. I did hear, I must say in my defense, that my, let's say, multiple reiterations of Volume 1 this quarter so far have begun to illuminate what I'm trying, first of all, because a lot of people don't know capital, and second of all, because usually what they know is very different from what I'm trying to present. So, if I could ask for a further specification.
We were talking about dead labor and living labor, so how dead labor ought to emancipate living labor, but it doesn't.
Okay.
And about contradictions.
And about the notion of contradiction, which is related.
Yes. And about value, the notion of capital pointing out to what comes next, but still retaining value as a central concept within the dynamics.
Yes. Yes.
I also think what's been illuminating is how this rereading of Volume 1 is overturning, at least for me, very basic assumptions that I've had about base and superstructure or the relationship between material and mental life. So I wondered whether you could say a bit more about how this rereading of Volume 1 is.
Sure. I've tried to keep this as an ongoing thread, sometimes successfully and sometimes unsuccessfully. I think one has to understand categories like commodity, capital, etc., in Marx, as far as he's concerned, social forms. They're not economic categories that constitute a material base that then somehow is overlain by a superstructure of thought that either justifies that, well, usually justifies that base. But rather, they encompass ways of viewing the world. Social forms are forms of social being, not material forms. And it's the forms of social being that mold both the material forms and conceptions. So either last week or 2 weeks ago, when I reviewed what Marx says about Aristotle and general human equality, that what Marx does is he tries to tie together the notion of commensurability, which is at the heart of any kind of value theory, with a already culturally widespread notion of general human equality, which in turn, as far as Marx is concerned, depends on the widespread nature of commodity-formed relations. Right, so that by the end of the section on circulation, he has this famous paragraph where he talks about circulation as being the sphere of liberty, equality, justice, and Bentham. He's not simply dismissing them. The problem with Bentham, as far as Marx is concerned, is that Bentham takes this dimension of capitalist reality to be the whole. So Bentham's mistake is to take one dimension as the whole. It's like, that famous parable about 6 blind men and the elephant, each holding a different part. But it's not that this is simply, he's just dismissive. But he also is not what was very much at the heart of a lot of left-wing critiques. He's not criticizing capitalism on the basis of these values. There was a tradition in the workers' movement in Europe that it was social democracy that was going to realize the values of the French Revolution. That liberty, equality, fraternity had been betrayed by the bourgeoisie because of their narrow interests. The bourgeoisie pretended to be universal, but wasn't. Working class movements are universal. So the working class movements are going to realize the French Revolution. And I'm trying to argue that that isn't what Marx is doing. That equality, fraternity are part and parcel of capitalism. Don't think of capitalism simply as a mode of oppression. Think of it as a determinate socio-cultural form that some people call modernity. And as I also mentioned, I think very early on, but now maybe it'll make a little more sense to some of you. One of the reactions to social democratic and then later communist focus on the nature of property was actually the beginnings of classical sociology, where you had people like Durkheim and Weber in different ways arguing that property relations are not what is most fundamental, Durkheim pointing to division of labor, Weber pointing to processes of rationalization, saying that changing the property relations would not really affect these deeper dimensions of modern society. And that's also the basis for theories later of industrial society, of post-industrial society. That's the pedigree of those approaches that found a criticism based on property relations to be inadequate to what I would call capitalist modernity, that they would call modernity. But in going through volume 1, I hope that you begin to see that volume 1 tries to deal with precisely these issues avant la lettre, as it were. Before Durkheim, before Weber. But it only makes sense if you can separate Marx's volume 1 from Marxism, which, as I've mentioned several times, is Engels and his followers, Kautsky, Lenin, etc. They read Engels and the Communist Manifesto. Some of them who are more economically schooled read volumes 2 and 3, but usually without reference to volume 1, other than as the story of exploitation. But not as the structuring principle of the dynamism of capitalism. That is, whereas in Marxism, history is presupposed, as it is in many theories, history is presupposed. What I'm trying to say is this is a theory that grounds history. By history now, I mean capitalism. Capitalism being the only human form of social life that is characterized by an ongoing dynamic. Not better, not worse, different. And one of the other things that I tried to point out to you is that, in a sense, by referring to the category of capital with Hegel's language about the Geist, the world historical spirit, Marx is doing what he frequently does, is kind of a sophisticated two-step. He's saying that Hegel's ideas are valid, but only for capitalism. Hegel's sweep of history is not valid. But the reason why Hegel could think that way is not simply that there was a Eurocentric lobe in his brain, but rather that the dynamism of capitalism generates the plausibility of a sweep of history for all humans. And then, of course, you have your question, well, why are some ahead, are others behind? That transhistorical notion of history, which can't be motivated, really, can't be explained. And this, I think, gets away from that. But it also gets away from the idea, the Nietzschean idea, the counter-Marxist idea, that history is simply contingent. History writ large is neither necessary nor contingent. Capitalism, however, has a dynamism. And if there is a dynamism, if there is a logic, that means agency is restrained or channeled. Because if people were historically agentive, there would be no logic. Right? Then, at that moment, would be, I think, the moment of politics. Whereas today, politics are constrained, even forgetting about the obvious, the corruption, the stupidity, the fascism. Even forgetting about all of that, even in the best of all possible worlds, Sweden, post-war, there are real constraints. Yeah.
Has there a moment in human history that agency has not been constrained, like agency has not been constrained by whatever system we're in?
Generally, constraints on agency are visible. Here they're not. There is no body constraining you. When constraints are personal or overtly cultural, they're known. They may not be experienced as constraints if they're cultural, but they can be viewed as constraints. Whereas here, this notion that I've been trying to elaborate on abstract domination is that people are dominated by structures that they constitute. This is also different than Althusser because there's no notion, Althusser is transhistorical, and there's no notion, therefore, of the constitution of the structures. That's a problem when you go to linguistics. Right? There's no theory of the constitution of langue as opposed to parole, language as opposed to speech. Yes?
Can you repeat what you said again about what would be the moment of politics for you?
Oh, yeah. Politics in the sense of people collectively really being able to decide would, I think, within this framework be made possible if the constraints that Marx is summing up with the category of values didn't exist. Yeah.
It seems to me that the idea that capitalism takes away the opportunity or the field for politics seems to be something that is like put forth as a positive good by a lot of people that are pro-capitalist, because they see politics as the field of, war on the one hand and people making stupid decisions on the other hand, and they think that what the wisdom of the invisible hand, this kind of thing. Yeah. So I guess what I'm trying, it's not like the first time I kind of heard this idea that capitalism puts these constraints on politics and we want to recover politics. I thought, oh, that's fresh. And then, I look into this stuff a little further, my own personal area of semi-expertise, these guys who are writing at the Meiji Restoration, where they're saying this system of commerce and everything is good because, we take away these political, the war that is political decision making, and that's bad. So we want to take it out of our own hands and put it into this kind of commerce.
Right, which is why after following the Meiji Restoration, everything is Pacific in Japan for 100 years.
I don't know.
I think looking a little beyond the Meiji Restoration to 1894, 1895.
I wasn't trying to generalize too much with the Meiji Restoration. I mean, Herbert? No. What's the social Darwinist guy? Spencer. I mean, he says this stuff, and that's who they were taking in Meiji Restoration. You don't need to. Japanese history is not huge for me here. I'm just talking about the theorists that are saying
I know
capitalism is good because you take away politics.
Right.
Okay. So what?
As if politics in capitalism has nothing to do with capitalism.
That's a good answer. That helps me. Thank you.
Okay. Remind me, then maybe I'll find my thread again. What was the issue that you raised?
The one just now.
Yeah.
This distinction that one likes to draw especially from, say, Maoist notions of contradiction.
Oh, of contradiction.
Between material and mental life, which I think is in a very deep way overturned by this kind of reading of Volume 1 that I hadn't thought about before.
Well, there's the glorification of the material and the Maoist idea of overcoming the split between material and manual was to take intellectuals and have them work in the field collectively. I don't think this is what this is about at all. At all. Here, in a sense, if one will, the mental is being constituted in a form that stands opposed to living labor. Now, if I say, and this will prepare us for the chapter on accumulation, if I say that value within Marx's theory, value is constantly being reconstituted. And as it's being reconstituted, it also is generative of a whole system of production that points beyond value. Which group of people constitute value according to Marx?
The workers?
Yeah. The proletariat, right? So suddenly in Volume 1, we have a kind of an overturning of what seems to be the tacit assumption of the Communist Manifesto, which after all was just sort of a piece of agitation. But in the Communist Manifesto, it looks as if the perspective of the development of capitalism is that the other classes disappear as important agents. What you have left are the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. And the logic of capital creates its own gravediggers. I think that's a term used, at least in English. And that's the proletariat who become the many, right? Here we've got a problem with that perspective. If the group of people who constitute value is the proletariat, and if value is becoming anachronistic, who is becoming anachronistic? The working class.
What do you mean by value becoming anachronistic? Can you explain more about that idea? What does that look like? What does that mean?
Yeah. In the section of the Grundrisse that was just referred to, that was created a buzz in Italy in the late 60s and early 70s, when Marx talks about the fundamental contradiction of capitalism, not simply about machines, he's talking about the creation of productive forces and here he begins to distinguish wealth and value, whose wealth creating potential is completely out of proportion to the amount of labor time that is expended, and yet capitalism remains bound to labor time expenditure. So there's an epistemological point, which is it's only now that you can distinguish wealth and value. Smith and Ricardo do not. So Smith's theory of value is a theory of the constitution of wealth at all times and all places. Same true of Ricardo. That's the way people read Marx. And that's why a lot of, I think, unnecessary debates have occurred about, what is wealth producing? What is value producing? With the advent of this kind of technology, labor time inputs no longer in any way are commensurate with the wealth producing. You can begin to distinguish wealth and value. You have the production of wealth that's totally out of proportion to human labor time expenditure, according to Marx. That doesn't mean you give a formula for it. You don't. The funny thing is, the reason why it doesn't lend itself to an economics is because value itself is shifting all the time. It's not a stable category, which means also that class is shifting all the time, which means also that all the other categories, gender, race, they're all shifting. They're not stable categories within this framework. It makes it more difficult than to take Marx, put him in a positivist stamp, and now use him as a Marxist economist. Yeah.
But categorically, it is a stable category, or conceptually, or definitionally.
Definitionally, it is. And nevertheless, what you're going to get is, to use a metaphor from physics, a shearing pressure on labor. Labor is being pulled in two ways, forces in two ways at the same time. That's a very different model and conceptually much more difficult than the idea of a stable working class producing wealth and a ruling class, a property class that is expropriating us.
But this dynamic of shearing pressure comes from the definition of value as labor time.
Yes, in other words,
it comprises of these two components of the category that are linked together in the definitional sense.
Yes, but the attempt is to explain something real.
Yeah.
So the theory is attempting to explain certain phenomena. I mean, any theory worth its salt, as it were, is an attempt to explain something, right? That sounds like pablum, but you have to know what the theory is trying to explain. You can't assume that Marx is trying to explain what Smith is trying to explain, or certainly than modern economics is trying to explain. They're trying to explain different things. And what Marx is trying to explain, I don't know anybody else who tries to explain it. And when you hear the labor theory of value, you think, oh my God, this is an early 19th century theory. Why are people still involved? Well, some people are involved, in fact, because they are stuck in the early 19th century. There's no question about it. But I'm trying to indicate that it's a different kind of theory. And that the relationship of then circulation to this, and all of his statements about, which run all the way through volume 2, of how this veils what's real. You have to understand what's real as the dynamic, not as I've got a hammer, something nice and material, or a sickle.
And it's then also not veiling the fact that the hammer is actually worth 5 hours of congealed labor time, and then it can be exchanged for 5 shillings for a book that's worth 5 hours of congealed labor time. That's not the point, is what you're getting at.
It's not the point.
Okay.
Okay, so my question is about when you're talking about the proletariat becoming increasingly anachronistic because value becomes anachronistic. excuse me.
I've just gone ahead of myself. This is what he does in the accumulation chapter, but okay.
Oh, okay, sorry. But then, so if, like, for example, in industrial capitalism, even though value has become anachronistic, it's still, like, reconstituted and people still produce it. And so then they still need, like, raw labor time, right, to create value. So I guess I'm trying to understand what you mean when you say that the, like, proletariat, like, what happens to the proletariat? Because you would, like, still have people who are the raw material for the production of value, right? Even if value and the proletariat both have become anachronistic.
Yes, but the question is what happens to them? Okay. So the second to the last section of volume 1. I should have last week asked you to come to class, since there's no way you can read the whole volume, and say, come to class with a table of contents, just to see what the structure is. I've got it in my head, but I can't assume that most of you do. And the structure is extremely important. Before he gets to the last chapter, which is original accumulation, which has been mistranslated as primitive accumulation, the penultimate section is called accumulation. Yeah?
If you want to finish your point, you're welcome to.
Well, I was going to start talking about accumulation.
Oh, okay. All right. So my question was partially based on that, about what physically happens to the people who would be classified in this kind of abstract category of class as a proletariat, but also capitalist history being both dynamic and logical makes sense if you say it's dynamic or if you say it's logical. But by logical, do you mean like, say you have one proposition and then this follows, and this is what constitutes the shifting in culture, and then this follows from that, and that's like the logical structure of it? Because when I think of something being dynamic, I think of it being kind of opposed to being logical, like already set in stone, or this is some formal rule, whereas dynamic, it, again, more implies contingency than logic, I would say.
No. And but that's all pre-Hegelian. Seriously. The idea that logic is something which is, as it were, set in stone and static. That's pre-Hegelian, or it's structuralist, which is the same. It's pre-Hegelian. Essentially, with Hegel, logic and dynamic, what is logical is the dynamic. The static is not. So, when you read Saussure or you read Lévi-Strauss, you know, what is logical is what they call synchrony, and what they call diachrony, change, is contingent. This is totally different than that. Marx is not giving a snapshot of society. The structure of society is not logical. It's contingent. That capitalism has a dynamic is the logic of capital. So in a sense, you've got to turn these categories on their heads to understand Hegel and Marx. Whereas, and it's funny, this is almost semi-intuitively felt if you study in Germany, or it used to be, you know, the classic courses are Kant, Hegel, Marx. Here it's Kant. Maybe a little Hegel. Certainly, this isn't seen as the royal road of conceptual development. In a sense, this is trying to step back and come up with categories that apply to everything that we call capitalism, with a full understanding that that includes a myriad of different iterations.
Yeah, the sad thing is, if you had just said Hegel, my mind would have instantly remembered that he actually was a student of Hegel. For some reason, I forgot that. because like the logic is dynamic in Hegel. I knew that, but for some reason I really made an embarrassing.
Right, logic is not static in Hegel,
yeah.
right? But there aren't many courses in Hegel. And besides, it takes forever. You think this is hard. At least with Hegel, when you read Hegel, you know that it's very hard. You read Capital Volume 1, it could be something for, 10-year-olds. Things are bad. This is value. People are producing things, and these people are just taking it away from them. And the conditions are terrible. And this is like, Marx for dummies. Capital is seen as Marx for dummies. But I'm trying to say, it's a much more sophisticated work. When you read Hegel, there's no way that you can do a comic book version. You just can't. Or I don't think you can. Anyway. After he does machinery, he goes to something called accumulation. And he says capital accumulation, this is going to be very important later on. Capital accumulation, we have three categories here. We have S, which is the surplus. We have V, which is variable capital, that refers to the workers. And we have C, constant capital, which is machinery, raw materials, your fixed costs. Well, it's actually not fixed costs. We'll handle that in Volume 2. The tendency is to try to increase S over V. S over V is the rate of surplus value, the ratio of the surplus to the value of labor power. And Marx calls that the rate of exploitation. Rate of exploitation does not mean necessarily that workers are worse off. As I said when we were talking about relative surplus value. Rate of profit is S over V plus C. Within Marx's framework, the only source of value is V. V both produces the value of the wages and the value of everything else. Okay? In accumulation, what you begin to get, and this ties to relative surplus value, is an increase in C over V. Constant capital versus variable capital. Machinery and raw material over wages. Okay? And Marx calls this the organic composition of capital. The real trajectory of capital is to increase C over V. Increasing C over V, as Marx puts it, means that V becomes less and less necessary. So it's diminished. And here I have to go pretty quickly. What he does with this is he argues people have all paid attention to S over V, but generally in terms of crisis theory and in terms of unemployment. Marx says that you get a relative superfluous population that he calls the reserve industrial labor. The Industrial Reserve Army?
Yes, Reserve Army.
And people have focused on one aspect of that, which is having this pool of unemployed means that wages can be kept lower. Right? Having unemployed is necessary. So the programs for a lot of left-wing parties has been as opposed to this full employment. But the secular tendency of accumulation in Marx is that more and more work becomes superfluous. And he says what you begin to get is an opposition between capital squeezing out as much as it can from those who work while rendering the others superfluous. So he says you get the opposition of the overworked and the under or unemployed. This is long before there was an issue that capital has to work people longer because of the price of benefits and unemployment insurance, etc. This is long before that. But in a sense, the superfluity of proletarian labor, this is a secular tendency. It's not, people have interpreted this as a cyclical one, which it also is, but they've ignored the secular tendency, which runs counter to the idea that the working class is just going to grow and grow and grow. The real issue that he raises explicitly in the Grundrisse and only implicitly in Capital is what would it mean to have a politics based on the idea of the abolition of proletarian labor. And I think he chokes there, is my reading. Because he has two ends in volume one. One is in accumulation, which is really about alienation and overcoming it. And the other in the, that most people quote, comes later, and it's about how the expropriators become expropriated. And it looks like it's simply about property. But the whole logic of this is about labor. So, Yannick, I saw you out of the corner of my eye.
Sorry to interrupt, but it never occurred to me before, but a mathematical nicety. I don't know if that is intentional, I guess not, but C over V also expresses the importance of labor, the mathematical incapacity to get rid of labor. Although V variable and labor in it diminishes over and over, it can never be zero because that is meaningless.
Right.
You cannot have the zero in the...
Right, so therefore there's no such thing as a smooth evolutionary transition just based on C.
Yeah.
So this comes back to that contradiction that we were talking about. So the whole trajectory, and I think you have to understand, when starting in volume 2, he begins to say circulation muddies the water about value with things like speed of circulation, with a number of categories. It's a mistake if you think value is his theory of wealth, period, and it somehow is physicalist and associated with blue-collar work, and circulation hides that. So we're talking about the primacy of manual labor. Whereas what value I've been trying to suggest is really about, and what value theory and categories like productive labor are really about, have to do with this trajectory, both its dynamism and the fact, to Marx, that the dynamism is such that it maintains its basis while dissolving it at the same time. And if you view it only as an economics, you're going to miss that. So his insistence on things hiding value in volumes 2 and 3, what they're hiding is what I've tried to outline to you in the last 2 class sessions, according to Marx. And in a way, it transforms historical questions and questions about the structuring of labor into economic questions. Yeah.
What is an example of a kind of white-collar work that produces value?
Within this framework, only something that leads to this dynamic produces value. I would put it that way, rather than now going back to the question of wealth. Circulation for Marx does not in any way lead to this trajectory. It's necessary for the economy. And it certainly doesn't mean, you see, one of the ways in which it's been misread, within the frame of what I'm trying to do, is that you have people who say, okay, we'll just keep industrial production and we'll do away with circulation. We'll do away with circulation. Those are parasites anyway, and you go after petty traders and things like that, and that becomes your great anti-capitalist move. But what you're doing is you're holding volume 1 as constant as if it were a theory of the primacy of industrial labor, period. And at times in volume 2, I think it's problematic, it's difficult. But I say what could help illuminate it is what he calls productive work means work that makes value. He really doesn't mean this is either productive for society as a whole, or if you have a static notion of economy, that this is wealth generating and the rest is not. He means this is a contributing moment in this quasi-Hegelian dynamic. I don't know if that helps, but I'm trying to reframe the questions themselves. Yeah.
About your remark about the chapter 23 and 24. And I was thinking about, what do you think if the contradiction is between the wealth, the real wealth, and the value? How do you think, what's the role that the property plays in the block to the overcoming of this contradiction? If the contradiction is not between market and private property, but do you think that the private property plays some role?
Of course it plays a role. But and historically, capitalism could not have arisen without private property as part and parcel of its origin. But the dynamic is more fundamental than private property. And it constrains private ownership. If, especially now, one of the dimensions of financialization is that firms are not competing simply with like firms. Let's say Caterpillar tractors are competing with other firms, but all of them are competing with one another to throw up as much profit as possible. And they're under pressure from those who are in charge of these huge investment funds to show, ongoing profits that are better. Otherwise, we're not going to, it's just changed completely. Or maybe not. Maybe that existed before. But it seems to me that it's much more integrated. And what Marx is saying is, or suggesting, that underlying all of this are constraints that's driving everything. And these are driving it, and private property doesn't account for it. Which is why, if I can skip, there's this chapter on primitive accumulation, original accumulation. And it really is much more historical than the rest of the book. And when you read it, it suddenly should become evident that what we've been reading up to this point wasn't intended as a history. Because the history of the origin of capital, there's a lot of contingency involved. A lot. And in a way, I'm trying to suggest the logic only really locks into place once you have relative surplus value. And that very peculiar dynamic. You have elements of the origins of capitalism. There are various elements. And then at some point I'm using a metaphor, of course, they lock into place. And then you've got this system. This is very different than a notion that you have a mode of production, let's call it feudalism, that has its contradictions that then lead to capitalism. And feudalism was decaying. But there are a lot of, it's not that out of feudalism this emerged. Now, what's become quite popular now is to point out, as Marx himself does, that in this period that he's calling original accumulation, there is a great deal of violence, a huge amount of violence. Violence and direct expropriation. The silver mines in Peru, for example. And the state plays a very important role. And I think that whereas Marx has a very clear sense of the difference between original accumulation and the way capital runs once everything is in place, people mistake Marx for Adam Smith, the invisible hand, and they say, you see, there's violence. And violence has continued to mark capitalism all the way through. And capitalism becomes reduced, I say reduced, to a system of violent extraction. And what this point of view does is it completely wipes out the logic. Completely. We've discovered that there's violence and capital is violent. It is violent. But, the violence of capitalism does not distinguish capitalism. Violence certainly antedates capitalism. Violent extraction certainly antedates capitalism. What characterizes capitalism is this very peculiar logic. That doesn't mean it has nothing to do with violence. But in its essence, what's in place? The logic can be explained with reference to violence. And I think that's a very important point with regard to a lot of discussion today.
Would we fair to claim there's an intensification of violence in capitalism? This is more violent than before, like in human society?
I don't know, was it?
It's like, I'm asking.
Well, I don't know. There's some kind of weird guy who collects figures on mass deaths. And apparently, theoretically, he's not to be taken very seriously. But apparently he does his empirical work as best as you can, because a lot of stuff he's looking at a lot of different areas. And in some areas, at best you can get estimates, okay? Do you know what, according to him, regime killed by far the most people? Like by far.
Obama.
The Mongols.
That was close.
What did you say?
I said Obama.
Yeah, right. There's a space for you in the White House.
I'm headed over right after this.
Does it, I don't think, even if it turned out that the Mongols didn't kill quite as many people as the Western Europeans, the point is, violence is not a unique feature, even of early capitalism. Yeah.
Okay. Instead of instead of starting with a definition of violence, I guess as a number of people killed, for example, which I think you also said is maybe simplistic, but if we think about planetary destruction or violence broadly understood, I guess my question is, if violence doesn't explain capitalism, which I can follow after all these lectures, would we not have to somehow say that the logic of capitalism must then explain the dynamic of planetary destruction or other things that we see?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. But look at your formula. Look at your language. You said, wouldn't we have to, I believe, I'm giving it back to you, wouldn't we have to say that the dynamic of capital leads to planetary destruction and other forms of violence? Right? Did I paraphrase?
That is what I said. But I don't know about the causality. And this is a question that I have that's been accompanying me too ever since. You opened by saying, the categories of capital for Marx are not economic categories, but rather Daseinsform, Existenzbestimmung.
Oh, you remember those terms?
Yeah, I looked at my notes before we came to class. But then it almost seems that these things are inseparable, too, in the same way. So, I as a capitalist subject am violent. I don't know. No, another. So I guess the one question would be about the planetary destruction, but the other question could be, for example, when you said, it's not that Western Europeans or North Americans are inherently nefarious, but there's a logic. There's a logic of capital driving colonization, capitalist colonization, for example. Is it even possible with this theory or this interpretation to distinguish between the Western European historically and the capitalist then? Or would it not kind of melt into one form of way of being?
Which itself is differentiated, right? That is, workers may think of themselves as commodity owners. Not that they say, I've got a commodity, but their form of consciousness may be that of commodity owners. They fight for rights, right? Issues like equality, those are all for Marx related categories. So first of all, there are differences among strata, among classes, right? They are within a larger framework, but there are differences. That's number one. Number two, this isn't to suggest that people are thinking purely instrumentally. That is to say, what Marx's theory allows for with the category of the fetish is to also explain certain kinds of ideologies. Not that ideologies are something created by the state and then imposed. Ideologies as ways of understanding themselves and the world. One, I think, this is a discourse that's much more common in Central Europe than here, is race theory. I don't mean theorists of race today. I mean the proliferation of notions of race in the 19th century, as opposed to the 18th. 18th century, you don't have the same kind of category of race that you do in the 19th century, which we can talk a little more about. So I'm not trying to suggest that I think Marx is suggesting that when I talk about constraints, that people think about this structure and they act instrumentally. But if it really is a theory of Daseinsformen, then it has to be able to explain forms of thought as well. Now, the only ones I've talked about are things like liberty, equality, but there are other forms of thought too. I suggested race theory. I wrote a piece quite a while ago on capitalism and why anti-Semitism is fundamentally different than racism and can't be understood in those terms. And, we're running out of time now, but we can maybe wrap up talking about ideology and understanding and move to volume 2. I know this is taking a long time, and for those of you who have done volume 1 and 2 with me, this may seem like a waste of time, but in terms of my read of the class, it's necessary as a basis for continuing. Why don't we start with this issue of ideology, which I think is really important, and maybe ideology and violence, out of what we've talked about now. Colonial administrators do not think that they're acting in the interests of capital. The question is understanding their mentality with reference to categories like capital. They just don't pop out of nowhere.
We'd like to thank you for listening and invite you to listen to Moishe's other lectures and engagements. What follows is a lecture given by Moishe Postone on February 9th, 2017, in his Capital Seminar at the University of Chicago. This lecture covers Capital Volume 1.
Let me take a step back, okay? Now that we've virtually read Volume 1, what does Marx effect or seek to effect with the theory of value and the double character of the commodity form? I mean, a lot of people read the first chapter and sort of that's it. And they take from it the idea that production is for value and not for use. And they also have some sort of vague notion that there's a fetishism of commodities, which a lot of people kind of associate with commercialization and consumerism. So the idea that it is an epistemology kind of falls by the wayside. Maybe it was an unfortunate consequence of Marx being polemical and using the word fetishism in order to signal that it's not only people on the Congo who have fetishes, but there is an analogous sort of phenomenon in advanced capitalist societies. But, he uses that almost as a throwaway line, and the epistemological payoff of the category, of the categories, the double character, the fact that capitalism seems to be something which is a mediation of what is concrete by money, and it's geared to more money. It's a very sort of superficial understanding. So what I tried to suggest, and then we'll get back to this, but that really has to do with the chapter on accumulation, which is the penultimate chapter of the book. And in terms of the logic of capital, the last chapter. So one of the things that he does, of course, is derive the dynamic character of capitalism from the double character of the commodity forms. But not in the first chapter, not in the first 3 chapters. But if you follow the unfolding, you get to relative surplus value. And it's relative surplus value that really is the point at which the temporal character of the forms begins to make sense. Right, where you get this very tight dialectic between the nature of the surplus, that it is a nature of surplus, that it is surplus value, which is temporal, and runaway productivity. And on one level, by grounding capitalism's dynamic in the value form, actually the commodity form, because it's the interaction of the 2 dimensions, one aspect of what Marx is saying, which only emerges sort of peripherally when he mentions Hegel, is that the dynamic character of capital, its directional dynamic, is rooted in determinate, historically specific social forms. Now, what that implies is that the Hegelian notion, taken over and, if one will, materialized by Engels, the Hegelian notion of a sweep of all of history is now bracketed. So historical development up to capitalism, once you have this value theory worked out, can be understood retrospectively. What factors, developments led to X, but not in terms of an immanent intrinsic dynamic. So instead of presupposing history, or taking history as somehow a force which lies behind all of human society, what Marx does here is ground it. Right? You'll notice the strength of the attempt is that everything is grounded. So there no longer is historical materialism, the way Engels called it. Also, there is a determinate dialectic between value and use value in the form of valorization process and labor process. This dialectic drives that dynamic. So again, on a meta-theoretical level, there's no such thing as dialectical materialism. There is no such thing as somehow a method which is intrinsic either in the universe, that's Engels, or in history per se, that's dialectical. And that the difference between bourgeois thought and revolutionary thought is the difference between non-dialectical and dialectical thinking. What is dialectical is capital. You see how certain things become really turned around when you take this text very seriously. Relatedly, the centrality of labor to the category of value is historically specific. It's not based on an ontology of labor. And from the very beginning, what we saw in the Grundrisse, and most people think, oh, that's the fragment on machines, as the Italians misinterpreted it. Most people forget that at the very beginning of Capital, which I reviewed with you, Marx distinguishes between value and material wealth. And material wealth is labor interacting with nature, where knowledge is a factor. Value is the expenditure of human labor time. Period. Now, to be honest, generations of intellectuals have broken their heads about value theory. You know, why is it they think value means wealth? And then the question is, why is it that only labor counts for wealth? And that's not what Marx is saying. Yeah?
A question. So you said value is the expenditure of human labor time, right? So is this the definition, or is this something historical for specific to capitalism?
It is the definition of a historically specific form.
But I mean, there could be other societies in which value takes a different form.
No, there's no other form for value.
Okay, so then
value is that, and you have to understand that to understand Marx's argument. I mean, you could argue differently. But within Marx, value becomes historically specific to capitalism, not that different societies have different value. Different societies have different forms of wealth. But value is the expenditure of human labor time, socially necessary labor time.
Okay, so the identity, right? That's fixed, that's the definition, right? So it couldn't be otherwise, right? So you couldn't have the two disconnected.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, you could. Because on this basis, look, if you've read Volume 1, which I hope all of you have done, it's not just a definition and you derive things from the definition. It is a beginning determination, let's think a little Hegelian, and then he shows how if it interacts with the use-value dimension, which is the production of material wealth, you understand the dynamic. So it is a category, if you hold it constant, will interact with other things and is generative of a dynamic. So do not think of this as social science, where on the first page you get the definitions and everything else derives from that. That's why I keep on emphasizing the structure of Volume 1 of Capital. It's the unfolding of the argument. And as it unfolds, if it can explain this and this and this, then within the framework of this kind of arguing, that justifies retroactively your point of departure. So the point of departure cannot justify itself. If it could justify itself, it wouldn't be historically specific. It would be ontological. So we're dealing with a very complex argument, because how do you deal with the historical specificity? Now, a lot of people say historically specific, culturally specific. but they don't do that reflexively. What is the kind of theory that justifies even those statements? Or are you simply the fly on the wall of history and various cultures who can say, well, that's different from that, and that's different from that, and that's different from that, where you're not reflexively accounting for your own theory? Now, this is a very difficult bar for within the framework of this adequate theory. The trajectory of the Frankfurt School, critical theory, runs up against this problem, but they're aware of it. A lot of what now people have taken the word critical theory, and there's now going to be an international consortium of critical theory, happily writ small. Not everything which is criticism is critical theory. Most critical theory, small c, small t, is absolutely innocent of the idea of reflexivity. Other, at its worst moments, in identitarian terms, which is really both widespread and extremely unfortunate. Yeah?
Could I just comment on, I don't know your name, but yeah, I think something that is difficult about the presentation is
mine or Marx's?
Marx's, yours of Marx's. I'm not so sure, but I think it's when you're saying is value identical with socially necessary labor time in Marx, yes, but the word value is kind of a misleading one because you have a Nietzschean understanding of value. You have, I really want this thing, it's value. You have all these things, but it's like he's not necessarily saying that. I mean, for me, it's almost helpful to dissociate the word value in the book with what all the associations I have. I mean, just like imagine it says like he made up a new name for the category, Taimo or something. And the thing about capitalism is, apart from wealth and things that you would want, what's actually driving the motion of the system is Taimo. And he explains the dynamic of Taimo. And if you just kind of think about it like that, because I think one of the big things that I hear you emphasizing over and over again from the very first sentence of the book, and it changes the whole book, in my experience, is just take the distinction between the word value and the word wealth really, really seriously. And unfortunately, value and wealth mean almost the same thing in regular English. So you can keep getting kind of,
It's not just
it's
not just regular English. What he does is he takes a category from political economy. Now, the reason why he does that, or a reason why he does that, is that the classical political economists were interested in the structure of society. People who deal with value as I want it, that's not the structure of society. The whole idea of the structure of society has been dissipated. So for Adam Smith, the division of labor can be explained with reference to the category of value. A. B, in his explanation, what Adam Smith indicates is that the development of the division of labor using his category of value is not a function, remember he's writing in the late 18th century, is not a function, as the political theorists would have it, of people getting together and there being a compact. It's not a function of decisions, but it's something that emerges. This isn't his language, but it emerges behind the backs of the actors. It is not a function of their motivation. There's a split between their motivation and what emerges. They're not motivated to create the division of labor. They are motivated to get the best possible deal for their Flintstone. Yeah, well, because he goes all the way back.
So you make the difference between value as a form of wealth and the appearances of value, which the political economy is in charge of, right? As discussed by Ricardo and Smith. And I was wondering, because you said that the point where Marx reflection starts is when the use value side is getting, or the value side is getting into interaction with value side, with the value side. Is it right?
Yes and no.
Okay.
There are two things.
Okay. And I have a second question, but maybe you can first answer.
The first thing is, there is no distinction, really, in Adam Smith. He does say value in use sometimes is completely out of proportion to its value in exchange. But there's no idea of an interaction between these two. They're just different. That's A. B, really what Marx does is he takes Smith's notion of value and he says it's not transhistorical wealth, it's historically specific. Now, a lot of people nod their heads, but I'm trying to show you then what does he do with that? It's not that he stops there. Value is historically specific. The historical specificity of value is generative of the trajectory of capitalist development. So you no longer have something called history writ large. And that in both sides of the very common debate today, there's no such thing as a necessary history of humanity, necessary in the sense that there's this sweeping path, nor, however, is all of history contingent. And what Marx's approach does is he reveals the very contemporary debates between historical necessity and historical contingency to be a new iteration of a dualism that is intrinsic to capitalism, necessity and freedom. And you can't choose one side as the truth, because both, and in their opposition, are a function of capitalism. Yeah.
And the second question is, because you refer to critical theory in terms of Frankfurt School, I think it makes sense to talk about or make the difference more powerful in our conversation between essence and appearance, because this is actually what you talk about, right? When you talk about the political economy and the discussions the political economy is having about certain appearances of an essence which they cannot grasp, which is the internal dynamic of the commodity or the interaction between the two sides of the commodity.
Yes, but the reason why I've avoided that is, as it is with the things I'm saying, I notice that there's confusion. Essence and appearance would just add to the confusion. Because essence sounds like an ontological category. And then you attack the notion of essence, maybe with existence. Whereas Marx takes Hegel's notion, the essence must appear. The essence cannot appear as it is. And what Marx does is, this could easily have been 2/4 of volume 1. What he does is, by transforming the notion of essence to the underlying nature of social mediation and capitalism, and showing that social mediation necessarily appears in objectified form, what he's done is he's taken Hegel's notion that the essence must appear and historicized essence and appearance. Everything becomes historicized here. And it is so hard to think outside of the box of some form of transhistorical thinking. Like even if you say, I mean, which is totally incoherent, that everything is language games. Really what you're saying is it's always language games. What you're doing is you are making a proposition that is the case, period. And differences are different language games. But somehow, of course, there's the, what is the language game that determines that everything else are subsumed forms that you can call language games? Or are you outside of everything? But all of these, transhistorical thinking does not have to be evolutionary 18th century Enlightenment thought. There are many other forms of transhistorical thinking that call themselves culturalist, that call themselves linguistically bound, that call themselves existential. All of them have that feature. Yeah. I really want to get through this. I want to get to volume 2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is it what?
To say that all of history follows one set of rules until capitalism, which follows a
No,
set of rules.
all of history does not follow one set of rules.
All right, all of history follows no set of rules until capitalism, which follows its set of rules.
Right. That makes a difference.
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to ask you more about this dichotomy between the contingency and necessity, which I think you find unuseful because it describes categories reified by capitalism. And you yourself say that you would rather use the term logic to describe this amalgam of the two. And yet, in a lot of Marxist literature, there's also a new kind of dichotomy which we see between structure and agency. And so I wonder whether you could speak a bit about what agency means for you and how it relates to the concept of logic for you.
Agency is only a problem if you have a notion of structure. One of the problems is if you read or reread, which I really should do, Althusser, Althusser transhistoricizes history as structure. And, of course, he uses structuralism. Now, structuralism has no theory of the constitution of the structure. The structure is given, and then there's a problem. You have the structure, you have human actors, how do you mediate the two? Whereas what we're talking about here is that the word structure really only makes sense when you're talking about capital, A. B, that capital is historically specific, so that there is no such thing as a transhistorical structure. And the idea of structure and agency are transhistorical categories. And the idea of agency itself is generated by capitalism. In what sense? In the sense that, let me just make up and exaggerate. Let me call it a traditional form, okay? There are norms of behavior that are clearly known. They may be tacit, but they're known. These norms are a function of social strata. They are a function of placement in a family. They are a function of gender. There is no notion of free agency. None. Marx describes capitalism in the Grundrisse as a formation, a situation of individual freedom within the framework of objective necessity. As an agent, let's say a commodity owner, you are less and less bound, that is, you being historically, you are less and less bound by overt norms. As a matter of fact, you begin to regard them, as they do in the 18th century, as being simple superstitions. That humans are the captains of their soul, the masters of their fate, etc. And then you run up against objective constraints. Those objective constraints are not seen as social. They're seen as simply a function of that's the way the world works. And you can choose, are you going to invest in X or Y? Classically, but we're far beyond that, guns or butter. You have that choice. What Marx is going to try to do in the second volume is argue more and more the extent to which what you have are a system of constraints and imperatives that seem to be external and are objective. They don't seem to be social. They're certainly not richly textured social the way they are in non-capitalist, pre-capitalist societies. The kind of society for which a certain kind of reactionaries' hearts pine. So what I'm trying to suggest is that the very problem of structure and agency is one that involves the reification of the two poles of being in capitalism. So I'm trying to take it out of the framework of where the questions themselves are outside of history, and then you apply them to a particular historical context. I'm trying to argue that this theory, thought through, is really quite radical because it says there is no outside even for philosophers. So how do you write an account of the inside from the inside? And that's what I think this theory is about. The conditions of possibility are temporal. The distinction at the very first 2 pages of Capital between material wealth and value is a distinction that can only be epistemologically available once you have relative surplus value. And you begin to get greater and greater output of goods, and yet people remain tied to a structure of production. This is, in a sense, if I can just shift for 1 second, I've emphasized in part that if you take the double character of the commodity form, you can unfold that to relative surplus value and this kind of runaway productivity. So one leg of the unfolding leads you to this notion of accelerating growth. This is not a function of the West in some reified sense. It's not a function of human history. You kind of start slowly. And, first there's the Flintstone and then, and it just accelerates, in which case you break your head wondering, so why didn't it accelerate more or less equally throughout the world, given that there are highly developed civilizations extant for millennia, long before the Europeans jump on the steam engine and begin to ride it. Right? So this also allows you a discourse that is neither somehow the superiority of the West regardless of whether one regards that superiority as something intrinsic or because they're just better robbers than anybody else. So those are the two sides. And the counter discourse, well, trade in, let's say, the Indian Ocean was just as extensive as it was in the West. That's sort of a compensatory approach. I think this approach kind of brackets both of those. Trade existed in many parts of the world. That's not capital. It only becomes a problem if you see all of this as a narrative of progress. Yes?
I've got a clarification question adding on to what you explained just then. You mentioned a few sentences back that self-reflexivity is what distinguishes Marx as like historically specific as opposed to trans-historical. Can you clarify a little bit more what you mean?
Well, if a theory is saying, and I'm trying to present you with the radical version of it, if a theory is claiming that all the categories are historically specific, and if it's claimed all along that thought is situated historically, thought does not float like the Spirit of God above everything, then the theory itself has to be historically specific. As soon as you move to classical Marxism, you've broken that. Classical Marxism claimed to be a transhistorically valid theory. The idea of historical specificity really is not there. It's just that capitalism happens to be a different form of exploitation. So you have different forms of exploitation. But the theory itself is valid transhistorically. That's A. B, if you have a critical theory that's historically specific, then that theory has to be able to account for the possibility of itself in terms of what it's analyzed. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not think that Michel Foucault can do that. He neither does it nor can he do it. The fact that somebody doesn't do something empirically doesn't mean that the theory can't, but I think that theory cannot. Yes?
This is the last clarification question. So in that sense,
have I clarified anything?
Getting that. Well, I'm just trying to make sure I understand but even if you're claiming this self-reflexivity of Marx makes it historically specific, isn't that kind of predicating on this more meta assumption that there is a trans-historical understanding of history, namely that it's historically specific? I feel I'm playing words now, but like the fact you were saying is historically specific and Marx theory is one interpretation of knowledge, whatever, that's predicating on a more meta assumption that there is something along. This methodology it stands across time, right? Am I making sense? I'm sorry.
No, I understand what you're saying.
I feel I'm playing language games now. But
No, I think that that's a serious concern. I think that Marx thinks, I'm not sure, that you can't simply apply his categories to other categories. There's an element of unknowability. What you can do is you can retrospectively look at developments and using modern categories illuminate them, but only illuminate them from the standpoint of what happened subsequently, not illuminate them in terms of the self-understanding of the actors. You can try. And I think that is, in a sense, the meaning of, he has this little sentence in the Grundrisse that, of the part that we went over, that the anatomy of the human is the key to the anatomy of the ape. There is no necessary development. You can't look at the anatomy of the ape and say, out of this, humans would necessarily develop. You can look at the anatomy of the ape and say, out of this, it happened that humans developed. Whereas in capital, there's a much tighter logic of development. Right? And it's not teleological. See, once you move away from the idea of a transhistorical theory of history, you're no longer talking necessarily teleology. Yeah.
So, earlier you were talking about the Communist Manifesto.
Yeah.
Which seems to say that...
Earlier being in previous class.
Previous class.
Right.
That, which I think it says, the proletarian class will be, capitalism brings about its own grave diggers. The proletarian class will, inevitably rise up. It seems like a teleological argument that revolution will happen. And you are, you think that's not the case. And you're also very critical of the Engelsian tradition and not a big fan of Lenin, it seems.
Fair enough.
So I wonder what is the place of revolution in your reading of Marx? Where does revolution fit in?
I think it becomes a real problem. I think it becomes a real serious problem. And that's what I wanted to get to before moving beyond Capital One. It's a good question, but I think it becomes a problem. And it is not, and it's definitely not, if you take the late manuscripts and Capital seriously, you cannot draw a direct line from the Communist Manifesto. You can't even draw a direct line from the early manuscripts to the Communist Manifesto. I think the Communist Manifesto really has to be relativized as a kind of a Kampfschrift, a pamphlet of struggle, an organizing, saying you would never know in reading it how he criticized Proudhon for saying that private property is at the heart of capitalism, which Marx fundamentally criticizes. You'd never know that from reading the Communist Manifesto, except in one little passage on the second half of the manifesto, where he says, in capitalism, the past dominates the present. In communism, the present will dominate the past. You have no idea, on the basis of that text, what it's referring to. So the Communist Manifesto is like this blip. I think there is a dilemma, a real dilemma. So if I may continue. As I've said several times, what I've emphasized up to now is the trajectory and accelerating growth, which of course would render the term Anthropocene a little too conservative. Right? Anthropocene really, I think, has its roots in the conservative critique of capitalism that has put man as the measure of all things. The trick about capitalist development is that the secularization of the Renaissance and the idea of man actually is not what happens. We're dealing with a crisis that has to do with, that is, the phenomenon is right, is correct. I just am not that happy with the term. But it is a phenomenon that is very much bound with the kind of growth attached to capitalism. So that's what I've talked about. But the other theme that goes through the second half of the book, if you're thinking his categories the whole way, is at first, and I mentioned this last time, he runs through valorization and labor process twice. Once formally in terms of valorization, and you get relative surplus value, and this mode of acceleration. Then he goes back, and a lot of people don't seem to see this, and says, okay, what happens to the labor process under these circumstances? And in doing so, he modifies the meaning of the term capital. I mentioned to you that the section, it's 3 chapters: cooperation, manufacture, large-scale industry. In cooperation, he says that workers working together are generative of a productive force which cannot be analyzed with reference to each individual. And this productive force becomes, in a sense, is owned by capital. So capital gets a productive force, even though that is much greater than the force of the workers if you summed up. Or better, the sum is greater, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And I said, if you do a number of counterfactuals in these chapters that unfold, at the level of cooperation, capital is still that which is constituted by the workers. But it is greater than the sum of its parts. In manufacture, that's still the same thing. That is, in manufacture, the productive force is human labor. But it's human labor divided into its smallest component parts. The machine is the combined workers, according to Marx. Now, if you do my little thought experiment, and you get rid of private property, you get rid of the capitalist, it may all belong to the workers, but the work is terrible. It's terrible. It's stunting. And this was Adam Smith's dilemma. Once you get to his chapter on large-scale industry, on the one hand, as we've talked about many times, you begin to get the dichotomization of material wealth and value. Once you have large-scale industry, which Marx emphasizes means using science in production, material wealth and value begin to disassociate, which for Marx, retroactively in the logic of Volume 1, allows for that distinction at the beginning. Adam Smith couldn't make that distinction. The historical conditions were not available to him to make it. So what's remarkable with Marx is how he took what were really just the beginnings of a certain kind of development in England in the mid-19th century, and he really sees this as a world historical trend. So on the one hand, there is this distinction between material wealth and value that's opening up and will continue opening up. On the other hand, a funny thing happens to capital through these 3 chapters. If in cooperation, the category of capital, which started just as self-valorizing value, that gives it the movement, capital is, on the use value side, the expression of the whole of workers working together. By the time you get to large-scale industry, capital becomes the repository of knowledge and skills that cannot be simply analyzed back with reference to the workers. Capital becomes not just the value dimension, but the use value dimension in alienated form. So what Marx is saying, if I can take a step back from it, is that this structure that he calls capital is not just destructive, it's not only exploitative, it's not just, negative, but it's negative positive. And what I mean by that is that it is generative of an enormous increase in what he would call species general knowledge. What I mean by species general knowledge is as opposed to the specialized knowledge that was attached to artisanal labor, which required a lot of specialized knowledge. To be a good potter requires also a knowledge of chemistry on a certain level, right? It's not just, suburban people sitting at a wheel. Because, of course, the potter makes their own glaze, right? And you can go through artisanal production, branch after branch after branch. There's always a certain degree of real knowledge involved, which is more than simply, muscle memory. It's more than that. What happens with capital in Marx is that there is the inducement to a dynamic of practical knowledge as well. And that knowledge, whether it is chemistry or it is physics or it is biology, is not, you cannot simply then trace it back to individuals who are constituting it. It's no longer the property of a particular branch, but is species general. So what you get is not the progress of knowledge per se, not that history per se entails the progress of knowledge, but that capital is generative of a huge jump in human knowledge. However, the form is one that dominates the living. So it's a very interesting argument, right? It's the socio-historical constitution of species, what he calls species general knowledge, in a form that oppresses the living. So it's always with Marx two-sided. There never is a simple enlightenment story of things are getting more and more enlightened, and there isn't the critical approach, things get worse and worse and worse and worse. It's really a much more complex picture than that. A bunch of hands shot up.
So just quickly, what is the difference between your understanding of species general knowledge and the time you taught this idea of the general intellect?
I'm going to have to review them, but my sense is that, you remember I did T1, T2, T3? For Marx, value is always reconstituted. There is the development of species general knowledge, but it isn't simply then available, just simply available. There is no such thing as, okay, we're going to move into the future. It's not so easy. And for that, I want the accumulation chapter. But right now, I just wanted to indicate that in the chapters that I've reviewed for you, we get growth. We also get both the structure of production itself, not being rooted in the increase in human ingenuity, but as something which is impelled by the constraints and imperatives of capital, where it is an unintended consequence. There Marx agrees with Smith. It's an unintended consequence, but it poses a problem because, and this is tangentially related to the point that you raised, by the time you get to the machinery chapter, the knowledge and power are there in capital. Living labor becomes increasingly emptied of knowledge. You know, this was kind of illustrated in the 70s when Harry Braverman wrote this book on the labor process in capitalism and the way in which capitalism involved, especially in the United States, almost no autonomy was given to workers, and knowledge went upstairs, as it were. And workers were just made to execute pre-existing plans and orders. And what the, especially American capitalists, in no way wanted was workers' input. And I think that that's fine, but it's one sliver of the history. It's very good that Braverman wrote the book, because and he's a Marxist, no one in the Marxist tradition in the 20th century had written about the labor process, interestingly enough, until the 1970s. But this goes further than that. This calls into question whether the proletariat is the bearer of the future. And it relates back, and this is why it becomes a political problem. It relates back to the contradiction in the Grundrisse that the Italian operaists never call it contradiction. They call it the fragment on machines. There's a big difference. They lose the fact, I think, I've got to go back and review it. I hope I'm not doing an injustice. They lose the moment of contradiction. And instead it becomes development. But the implications of this are that as capital becomes more and more fully developed, it is capital itself which contains the elements of emancipation, not living labor. Living labor is so emptied, it becomes an anachronism. Logically, living labor continues to exist as a source of value and becomes increasingly irrelevant as a source of material wealth. This is standing Marxism on its head. A bunch of hands. Weren't you raising your hand?
Yes, you talked about the domination of species general knowledge over the living. And I wondered to what extent you think of that domination to be similar or different in form to the kinds of domination that you described in Volume 1 of power loom weavers overcoming hand loom weavers.
It goes much further than that, because here the domination is one truly of knowledge. There becomes an opposition between knowledge and living labor. Whereas on the level of power looms, it's still really not there. There's a whole universe of knowledge that not only cannot analytically be fully understood in value terms, but is out of the reach of the much living labor. And you see that as coming into a head in the crises of right-wing populism now. I'll talk about that in a second. I hope I get to the accumulation chapter. Yes.
So you mentioned a little bit ago. I feel like I understood most of what you said, but I was kind of flummoxed by something that you said, which was.
See what happens when I repeat? I hope I'm not changing my mind. But keep on going.
Okay, so it says, it says in my notes, I wrote down what you said, is that capital has a use value dimension that exists in an alienated form. I wasn't quite sure what you were getting at there. Could you explain that?
Productivity and knowledge for Marx is the use value dimension. When you look, and it just seems very simple, when you look in chapter 1, and he talks about the difference between material wealth and value, he says value is a function only of human labor time, expenditure. Material wealth is a function of a number of factors. It's the interaction of humans with nature mediated by knowledge. That all is the use value side. Use value isn't just the products. See, that's where a lot of people go wrong. It's the use value dimension of labor. Yeah? No? Is that?
What I just wrote down is use value dimension of capital, but that's not the same thing, is it?
No, capital acquires. In other words, capital, when we're introduced to this thing called capital, it's only the value dimension, self-valorizing value. What happens, and a lot of people haven't noticed this, is that in the chapters, cooperation, machinery, large-scale industry, capital begins to be the expression of the use value dimension of labor. And there is a growing opposition between the use value dimension of labor, which is species general, and living labor, which is the value dimension. Not that you go and you look at the use value dimension of every single worker on the assembly line. That's not what this is about. One general point that I should make. Volume 1 is intended as a history of the capitalist formation as a whole. It is not and can't be directly translated into decisions by firms. Okay? That will help understand what volume 2 and 3 are about. Even though, as I've discovered by looking at, or only glancing at the raw manuscript that became volume 3 under Engel's editorship, the name of volume 3 is the Gestaltungen, the Gestalt, the kind of configurations taken by value and capital. And Engels gave it the title, The Capitalist Production as a Whole. So there is a considerable difference. And the whole idea of moving to levels of appearance. I mean, it's a gigantic project, what was undertaken here. And I think he ran into a political problem, but we'll see. Yes, Linus.
So you said a few minutes ago that the living labor remains.
Mm-hmm.
And so my question at the beginning, what is the the only way that I can interpret basically what you're saying is that will not happen. That even if right now it seems like the absolute demand for labor, if like this fantasy that people have about the robots are going to bring everyone hamburgers and we're going to give them a universal basic income, or whatever that is, it sounds like the conclusion of the theory would have to take the form of a prediction that will not happen because capital will have the demand for...
It won't happen the way they imagine.
Okay.
However, there is a however. So up to now being, we finished with the machinery chapter. Up to now, what we've developed, first of all, on a meta-theoretical level, a lot about historical specificity, the requirements of a theory, what is critical. What is critical means reflexive. There's no such thing as an unreflexive critical theory within Marx's framework. They're criticisms. So that would sort of, you see a lot of theory in a very different light when you begin to ask about the question of reflexivity. You know, how does a theory with its own categories account for its own possibility? Okay. So we've done a lot of the meta-theoretical. Then, sort of on the ground, I talked about growth and the nature of production as being, in a sense, what he's trying to do with value theory. He's not trying to explain why is my widget worth more than your paper cup. Additionally, what we've covered is that the category of capital itself changes. The category of capital itself unfolds from only the value dimension, self-valorizing value, to suddenly incorporating both the use-value dimension of labor and the value dimension, which leaves, logically speaking, living labor as stunted. Right? Well, I wonder, I mean, I talk a lot usually in this class, but I'm tired now. The chapter on accumulation. The general theory of accumulation is that, well, first of all, he introduces the rate of exploitation. You know, we have, if we're going to simplify, we have three terms. We have constant capital, which is machinery, raw material, building, things that do not, for Marx, create new capital, new value, no matter how much they contribute to the growth of productivity. You have C, then you have V, which he calls variable capital. Variable capital is living labor because it produces more value than is required for its own reproduction, for its purchase. And then you have S, which is surplus value created. The rate of surplus value, for Marx, the only thing that creates value is labor. So the rate of surplus value is S over V. Right? The rate of the surplus to the rate of variable capital. Whereas the profit is not the same thing. Profit is S over C plus V. It's the surplus value relative to the entire investment, constant capital and variable capital. They're not the same thing. And incidentally, just so that this will be a little clear, what begins to be said in the second and third volume is that he doesn't think that the capitalists get all of the surplus value. The surplus value is simply the form in which socially general surplus is produced, and that is then distributed in the form of profit, in the form of interest, in the form of rent, whereas we see it just in silos. So the theory of surplus value is a theory of the surplus of society as a whole. Okay? And it's not identical to profit. Which is why you cannot take the rate of profit and read it backwards to find out what the rate of surplus value is. It doesn't lend itself to that kind of method. Okay. Now, in his discussion, so first of all, S over V, the rate of surplus value, is also the rate of exploitation. So Marx is using exploitation in a very, very determinate way. It's the ratio of living labor to surplus, and it does not, in and of itself, tell you anything about the living standard of living labor. Okay, so it's not this kind of moralistic, it's a shame he used the word, but exploitation for Marx is not what we normally think of when we hear exploitation, which is always normative, always, not in Marx. Question of normativity is a question, and maybe we'll get to it. He introduces something else, which I'm going to introduce just before the break, and that is the ratio of C over V, of investment in constant capital to investment in variable capital, is what he calls the organic composition of capital. As capital develops, or better yet, as capital in the form of relative surplus value develops, to increase productivity more and more and more investments are going to go into constant capital. But more are going to go, let's say they go into sophisticated machinery. Well, if you're really increasing productivity, you're also using a lot more raw material. And raw material is also part of C. So the increasing use of raw material and the increasing investment in, let's just call it technology, go hand in hand. So the long term, most people in reading the accumulation chapter, what he does in the accumulation chapter is he says that he's criticizing Malthus. And he says that overpopulation is not biological or natural, that capital itself generates relative surplus population. And it does so in a way that will always leave a pool of workers who are unemployed, and the existence of that pool of unemployed workers serves to lower wages. Right? The very existence kind of is there as an equilibrating factor, which is why the higher the rate of unemployment, the less likely it is that wages are going to go up. Now, most people have noticed this, and they talk about it, and the main line or the main understanding in conventional Marxism was correct, but it was partial. And that is that capital always has to have what Marx calls the industrial reserve army, that is this relative surplus population, and capital will never effect full employment. And the kind of demands, whether soft-core social democracy, whether it's called liberalism in the United States or social democracy in Europe, or hardcore communism, full employment was always a major demand. However, in the second part of that, there is the secular development of the organic composition of capital that most people don't seem to have noticed, and that we will pick up on right after I get my coffee to boost me to 420. Okay? Okay, now, in the chapter on accumulation, He talks about C over V. And he then says that the historic tendency, the secular tendency of capital is to increase C over V. Now, this is actually very important. A lot of people seem not to have noticed it, because what it means is the first part of that chapter really deals with relative surplus population in a kind of a circular manner. That in one cycle, one phase of the cycle, capital develops a larger industrial reserve army that then is absorbed and then thrown out again, and then absorbed and then thrown out again. And it's this periodic insecurity that, as I said before the break, social democracy and communism really criticized. So there was going to be full employment for everybody. However, when you read further, see if there's a secular tendency towards the growing organic composition of capital, then V is going to diminish over time. Right? It doesn't mean linear, but it is a secular tendency. So what we're left with, essentially, on a much more implicit level, is the contradiction that he outlined in the Grundrisse, that on the one hand, the production of real wealth becomes increasingly out of proportion to labor time inputs. Yet, labor time inputs remain crucial for the system. You know, as Marx put it in the Grundrisse, capital, the long-range tendency of capital is to drastically reduce labor time, or the necessity of labor time, while retaining it as the condition of life or death of capitalism. So it's both. Which means the contradiction is really a contradiction. It's not simply an opposition between private property and the factory. That's not a real contradiction. So the contradiction runs right through living labor itself. Or I called it a shearing pressure, for those of you who know a little bit of elementary physics. And so labor is rent. And what that would imply is that the notion that automation simply is going to replace living labor is half true. It replaces a great deal of living labor, and within the this is all within the framework of Marx's theory. It can't simply replace it all. Now, there are a number of real political implications of this, but just before I get there, a lot of, let me call them more traditionally minded Marxist scholars, argued when deindustrialization began in this country, and for several decades, that you didn't have a shrinkage of the proletariat, but a displacement. More and more proletarian labor was being generated in China. And Empirically, this is correct. But there was a kind of an optimism involved that what we're getting is almost like the Communist Manifesto scenario on a world scale. The world proletariat is continuing to grow, and if the Rust Belt in the United States sort of collapses, well, that's unfortunate collateral damage. But I think that has to be rethought and take Marx's notions in the accumulation chapter as being much more long-term. And it isn't about what happens in any country. It's what happens globally, but it globally is not even. There's no such thing as just even development. You know, the first warning sign is a stop in the growth of the Chinese proletariat about 10 years ago. There was this explosive growth that sort of neoliberal economists like to prove the superiority of market forms because it lifted an unprecedented number of people out of poverty than ever before. And they kind of bracketed the fact that 93%, well, over 90% of the people lifted out of poverty were in China. And that had to do with, you know, state-regulated industrialization. It had almost nothing to do with their notion. Well, of course, you could say, well, the huge increase in production in China is because of the world market. That's true. That is true. But you can see this as being temporary, which 15 years ago people didn't. They're beginning to automate in China. So a great deal of investment is going to Vietnam, Bangladesh, and other places. And this pattern could happen there too. But on the level of the social formation as a whole, it seems to me, and this comes back to your issue, it seems to me there is a serious political dilemma. Whereas in the Communist Manifesto, whatever flaws or strengths it might have had, whereas in the Communist Manifesto, there's the idea that the growth of capitalism is the growth of the proletariat, and therefore the growth of the revolutionary agent. That's no longer the case in capital. There isn't a kind of an automatic link between the further development of capital and the further growth of the proletariat. And what this section on accumulation seems to suggest is that unlike what Marx and Engels thought in the 1840s, where they identified, I think correctly, the traditional lower middle class, the peasantry, as classes that would over the long run decline. And for them, the proletariat was the class that was going to grow. Now we're faced with the political dilemma if the proletariat is declining. And that is a political dilemma. And Marx has two kind of concluding paragraphs separate from one another, which I think indicates a tension in him. With your permission, I'll read you one, which I think really expresses the logic of capital as I've tried to outline it. This is towards the end of the accumulation chapter. He says, we saw in part 4, when analyzing the production of relative surplus value. Within the capitalist system, all methods for raising the social productiveness of labor are brought about at the cost of the individual laborer. All means for the development of production transform themselves into means of domination over and exploitation of the producers. They mutilate the laborer into a fragment of a man, degrade him to the level of an appendage of a machine, destroy every remnant of charm in his work, and turn it into a hated toil. They estrange from him the intellectual potentialities of the labor process in the same proportion as science is incorporated in it as an independent power. They distort the conditions under which he works, subject him during the labor process to a despotism, the more hateful for its meanness. They transform his lifetime into working time and drag his wife and child beneath the wheels of the juggernaut of capital. But all methods for the production of surplus value are at the same time methods of accumulation, and every extension of accumulation becomes again a means for the development of those methods. It follows, therefore, that in proportion as capital accumulates, the lot of the laborer, be his payment high or low, must grow worse. The law, finally, that always equilibrates the relative surplus population or industrial reserve army to the extent and energy of accumulation, this law rivets the laborer to capital more firmly than the wedges of Vulcan did Prometheus to the rock. It establishes an accumulation of misery corresponding with the accumulation of capital. Accumulation of wealth at one pole is therefore at the same time accumulation of misery, agony of toil, slavery, ignorance, brutality, mental degradation at the opposite pole is therefore at the same time, i.e. on the side of the class that produces its own product in the form of capital. This antagonistic character of capitalistic accumulation is enunciated in various forms by political economists, although by them it is confounded with phenomena certainly to some degree analogous, but nevertheless distinct and belonging to pre-capitalist modes of production. And then he goes on. Now what I'd like to do, if you could help me go to the chapter on primitive accumulation, where he has another
which section?
I'm not sure. Let's look at chapter 32. It's much easier for me if I have a book. I'm just too primitive.
You want me to search for a word?
Too original.
No, look for expropriators.
The expropriators are expropriators?
Yeah, that's it. Easy. In the following chapter, in primitive accumulation, he talks about how, you have many capitalists and then you have one capitalist that is fewer. Along with the constantly diminishing number of the magnates of capital who usurp and monopolize all advantages of this process of transformation, grows the massive misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, exploitation. But with this too grows the revolt of the working class, a class always increasing in numbers, and disciplined, united, organized by the very mechanism of the process of capitalist production itself. The monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production which has sprung up and flourished along with and under it. Centralization of the means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist integument, this integument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds, the expropriators are expropriated. This paragraph was well known. The other was not. Now, I hope, it's always hard when somebody just reads like that, but I hope you notice that those are fundamentally different. That the second one really does focus on property and really maintains a picture of the continued growth of the proletariat, and in a funny way, that's kind of stuck onto the text. I haven't done the research why this suddenly appears. But it's very much at odds with the logic of the first volume and with that first paragraph that I read to you about the juggernaut of capital, not the capitalist, not that there are fewer capitalists and more proletariat. So it's a puzzle. At some point, if I had a lot of leisure, I would go and work on the manuscripts to see how that got in there, whether Engels whispered into his ear, and got him to introduce it, or whether, in a delirium late one night, he reached back and just stuck in, he cannibalized his own writings, which everybody does, but forgetting that this was 20 years old, and just kind of plopped it in there. But there's a real tension, and the second one has been used as the justification for understanding the book Capital in an extremely traditionalist manner. The political problem is that it's no longer clear in working out the fundamental contradiction of capital. It's no longer clear if there is such a thing as a revolutionary subject that can be identified with the class.
And I guess, one question that came up a couple of weeks ago.
Only one.
This definition of the proletariat, right? Because, here, he seems to have a very narrow definition, right? As just industrial workers, right? Workers who work in the large-scale industry. So the question is, why do these service sector workers, who are most workers nowadays in advanced economies, do they constitute proletariat or not? And how do we distinguish, right? The true proletariat from these other workers?
He doesn't really distinguish proletariat. He distinguishes value producing from non-value producing. And this becomes very important to understand the trajectory of the whole, but it doesn't tell you and doesn't give you a perspective at all on, in volume 2, he will talk about the wage form as disguising value production. Not everybody who works for a wage is value producing. Then the question is, what difference does that make? A lot of people who talk about service work, it's unclear to me what the goal is. Is it descriptive? Okay. Or do they mean, the industrial working class may be disappearing, but look how big the number of people is who work at Walmart. And therefore what?
The question, do they create value or not? How do we...
Well, what if they did create value? First of all, for Marx, they do not. Retail does not create value. And that was a puzzle that we had in working through volume 2 in 2 quarters that we're going to do in a class and a half. Right? It's not there, but what are the stakes here? Rather than simply empiricistically, what are the stakes whether they produce value or not? What do people have in the backs of their minds?
Well, if they're the agents of revolution.
Well, why are
I'm
they?
trying to identify like a proletariat, which is supposedly the agent of the revolution, then it does matter what people produce value.
Yeah, but it becomes definitional. Whereas with Marx, value-producing labor is really at the heart of the dynamism and is rendered anachronistic even as it is part and parcel of this enormous expansion. Is that the case with people at McDonald's? Who are going to be replaced anyway. I mean, forget about the infinite. Don't fall into the trap of saying, well, maybe the industrial working class doesn't grow infinitely, but the service workers will. They're going to be replaced. And within your lifetimes. Half of your lifetimes, actually.
The other half of us are going to die soon.
Yeah, you've noticed, I've been bracketing that. At least in the classroom, I try to remain a little optimistic.
That's all I think about.
With good reason. I just find it enormously distracting.
Okay.
Well, you should go back and you should read Roman history of the first century. I mean, they retained a Senate. Yeah, the idea that institutions are carved into stone and are immutable, and no matter what happens on the ground, those institutions will remain as kind of like holding structures, has been severely corroded already. I mean, one would have to ask why that happened, but certainly at the very latest, in 2009, the legislature ceased being a legislature. You know, legislatures legislate. They're not just a roadblock. Had an enormously corrosive effect on the separation of powers, which is, of course, the totem of American political thought. Then the conditions, of course, then the question is, what are the conditions of possibility of the double character of demagoguery, the triple character? The immediate appeal to the masses who are a different masses. You know, people like in critical theory try to distinguish because the mass as a term was used to include working class organizations, the mass ones. I'm not talking about the little sects that then populate things, but the mass organizations and the sort of enthusiastic mobs. Yeah, Gustave Le Bon really conflates the two of them. But by the time you get the Frankfurt School writing, they distinguish clearly between the mass and the mob. Not all mass is mob. But the mob is created, Arendt also, in what I think might be her best book, which is her first. The origins of totalitarianism. The constitution of a mob. When does a mass become a mob? So that's one whole area of discussion. The other is the corroding of institutions so that they no longer are the institutions they once were, or that a lot of people believed that they were. You know, that's going on all the time. And the third is the kind of puppet theater that happens when, you know, the tweet storm completely obscures the fact that on the ground, most of the policies being put into place are the policies of the Republican right that lost every primary and who are extremely happy with the tweeter-in-chief. That Mitch McConnell is happy as a clam. They're going to get their program through, and that's really all they care about. The results are dark, but we're going to look at long-term developments, and one of the long-term developments is that if Marx is right about the crumbling, in a sense, of value-creating labor and its retention, then what you're going to get is an enormous superfluity of population, on the one hand. I mean, even then, he talks about the dichotomy of the overworked and the underemployed, which has certainly become more and more the case in the United States since the 1970s. As I hope you all know, most Americans work much longer than Americans did in 1960. Much longer. It's reached Japanese levels, which is saying something. So the linearity went into the wastebasket of history. At the same time, you have many more people who are unemployed and underemployed. And because the United States has this perverse way of measuring unemployment, once you are unemployed for longer than 18 months, you don't count as unemployed. So the actual rate of unemployment is, of course, much, much larger than the official rate of unemployment. So when they pointed out, as they did, in the past decade, how the Europeans are limping along, which is true, and they have very high unemployment rates, which is true. America is the job-creating machine, which is false. Because if you counted the way the Europeans do, you'd have levels of unemployment that are comparable.
I just had a point that I just discovered today about your second point about demagoguery. I think the day after DeVos was appointed to the Secretary of Education position, a Kentucky representative introduced a bill that is going to try to demolish the Department of Education by next year. Like, just completely abolish the entire, the federal oversight of it, from what I've read. So, it's pretty true.
Well, DeVos is the right person to preside over that.
So, I suppose I see a certain tension in the idea of that one of the passages you just read, it seems like the constitutionally structurally might be the wrong word, unemployed, that they are increasingly learning organizational skills from factory labor, which makes them a more effective revolutionary force or something like this.
That used to be thought to be the case.
Right. And so now with these, since a lot of it's now like a service sector reserve on me, increasing, right? And so, as opposed to industrial, because industry is. So you have.
Or just imprisoned.
Well, that's another way of dealing with surplus population, is having, I think, the second highest rate of incarceration in the world. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the highest is Russia.
It was Vatican, Russia, United States.
I don't know.
What's the first?
China.
Vatican. I was kidding. Anyway, I just got to start.
The Vatican.
Because everyone in Vatican.
Well,
Yes, it's China, Russia.
Yeah, the problem with the Vatican is it hasn't joined Steve Bannon's triumvirate of world powers, which he would like.
He's talking to them.
Yeah, and they've just demoted again the cardinal who's his main supporter.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so kind of what I can see happening according to the theory, as far as capitalism as a world system, you have this horrible, horrible drudgery labor would be proliferating in other parts of the world, basically, which I don't know any of the empirics on, but I assume to some extent at least that's probably the case. If you're talking about our country, you have kind of you have a lot of people in jail, and then you have a lot of these service sector people who increasingly are unemployed because they can be replaced with those computers that you have at Walgreens.
And because you've got a larger pool of people, if I heard, and there's lots of them, a profile about a town in Ohio that had been organized around I think it was a glassmaking factory, but whatever it was, that glassmaking factory was bought by equity capital and then bankrupted, so that it could move on. And people who had been making $27 an hour aren't unemployed, but now they're working at places like Walmart, or the guy they interviewed was working at some fast food, and he's making $8.25 an hour. So, I mean, he was grateful that he had some work, but obviously, and one of the, all of you know this, the collateral effects of this has been in this town, which viewed itself as being, one of these small industrial-based towns, and all the shops and everything, of course, depend on that, that the opioid consumption has gone through the ceiling. It's gone through the ceiling.
Right. So so there's a point here that I don't perfectly understand. You have there's this increasing superfluity of labor. The workers are also sort of atomized and reduced to not really knowing how to do anything and all this. So you have this big population of people who feel worthless and frustrated and all this kind of things, whatever. And then I suppose you could say, well, for political reasons, which this is an editorial line you see increasingly by the wise men of our society, that for political reasons we're going to have to keep industrial work just because people need work. The David Brooksier people will say to have meaning in their lives, and the angrier people will say to just corral all these people. So if labor need, because you still need labor because it's capitalism, world system, but this horrible drudgery labor is overseas, and then in this country you have just a lot of people who are just simply out of work because they're being industrialized, they're being technologicalized out of okay, and then is it determined by, is it underdetermined that I don't know. I mean, I see capitalist class, or maybe the word class isn't quite right, but capitalists enroll the politically dangerous sitting around class in some sort of superfluous labor or even service sector stuff, government, big New Deal style project, I don't know, something like this, just strictly for political reasons. I can see that as playing sort of a similar role in the progression of the thing to, strike breaking or, other things that the capitalist class takes that are not strictly determined by the value theory, but are politically necessary to keep capitalism going.
I don't think there is a group that wants to keep capitalism growing. I mean, they try But there are too many other factors getting in the way. There are too many other constraints getting in the way, and it's very hard to imagine a reprise of the 1930s, I mean this positively now, that states were strong enough to corral capital. The nationalist reaction is in part a reaction against the international character of capital. But like nationalists react, I mean, I could go into a much more complicated theoretical, but the nationalist reaction will backfire. But the constraints are everywhere, and the constraints are constraints of capital. For example, I'm sure all of you at least heard about the scandal with Wells Fargo, the bank. You know, now the problem with, or a problem, there are many, with Wells Fargo, is they were signing people up for insurance policies that were fake and that they had no idea the people that they had been signed up for. And of course the leadership, it's like with Volkswagen, the leadership claimed that they knew nothing, that these are rogue, salesmen. But then there was one little line that caught my eye, which was that Wells Fargo was under tremendous pressure by the major equity firms to generate 10% profits a year, regardless. So this is clearly not something which it's neither rogue, nor is it simply the decisions of the upper echelons, just, well, let's make more money. Not that they're averse to that, but that they are caught in a web of constraints. And it's becoming much more evident today, which makes, I think, in many respects, Marx's analysis much more prescient, because you no longer can think of a firm like, we're in Illinois, Caterpillar Tractors, as competing simply with John Deere and other tractor manufacturers, because they're competing with everybody. They have to compete with everybody in terms of the returns on investment. Yeah, so the abstract character of capital is becoming more and more real, as it were. And it's becoming increasingly inadequate to imagine that large firms are just extensions of mom and pop stores, that are selling their stuff and you consume it, or that they're competing with one another, like General Motors and Ford. It's really gone far beyond that. Now, there are many problems with imagining a political alternative. One of the real problems is that the alternative that was posed by working class movements no longer was plausible by the late 60s. And people sensed it. They really lost the ability to generate a lot of excitement. And instead what you had, I think, was a diversion of excitement, if you want to use that word, but let's call it revolutionary zeal, to a search for revolutionary subjects somewhere else. First came the revolutionary subject, then came the analysis. And the I think most overt case of this was the fixation on the colonized, the anti-colonial struggle. That is, the anti-colonial struggle was not simply supported as an anti-colonial struggle for very good reasons, but was imbued with this world historical meaning that the anti-colonial struggle would transform everything. Why? Because capitalism dependent, it's always a mistake. And that's why we've been working at a very high level of abstraction to take one configuration of capitalism and think that that's a necessary configuration. So that capitalism required the colonies. It did for a while. And then it didn't. And you'll notice that there's very little anti-colonial thought that seriously looked at the post-colonies and tried to figure out what happened. Because people kind of are in denial about what happened. So you go back to the colonial struggle, the anti-colonial struggle. But this had to do with the search for the revolutionary subject, and in a sense, I want to suggest, and it's really no more than a suggestion, this isn't something that I've worked out, that there was a not worked through apprehension that the traditional notions of socialism and the traditional meaning accorded the proletariat no longer were operative. And I think there was a kind of a scatter attempts to find something analogous, which meant necessarily shutting down on a lot of critical faculties. Yes?
Well, this is less than a second, but
that's what you said last time.
Better remember that. Okay, I guess I'm free to say it. Did you like what you accomplished? No. So I do wish to say, though, one thing that's interesting that's developed recently in Silicon Valley is a lot of the theoretical people there talk about politics, and some of whom call themselves Marxists have proposed.
And Bannon calls himself a Leninist.
Have proposed a political alternative, and they claim that since labor is no longer necessary to produce the wealth that they enjoy in Silicon Valley,
which is considerable.
The social contract that they have with the rabble is now void, and they don't want to be supporting all these people anymore. And so for that reason, they're proposing these seasteads, which are man-made islands near New Zealand, where all the capitalists are going to go and enjoy their John Galt, Galt's Gulch society in the middle of the sea. But actually, now these people are fairly nauseating, and some of them work at the Trump administration, of course. Peter Thiel, but
he's in New Zealand, I thought. Anyway,
he's a New Zealand citizen, but he paid well and good for that. Anyway, what they're saying seems compatible with the Marx theory. They've recognized they're the vanguard class. They've recognized that value and use value that they don't need labor to create the wealth that they need, and so they're going to opt out of capitalist society. They're going to end it by making Galt's Gulch in the middle of the ocean. That's their.
They'd be opting out if they just gave up their money in the process too, but they're not going to do that.
Yes.
Well, so that would be the kind of negative side, right? But if we were presented with what is always the true side of the tale. So, I don't know. I guess I kind of find myself also asking, what happens in this reading to the Marx as a political theorist also. And I mean, or as a socialist in the sense of a kind of like humanist, like with his, as a socialist in Marx's sense of the social, like someone who has a kind of like this, I don't know, anthropology of species being. I mean, yeah, what happens to the other side?
You know,
Let me...
Yeah, please. I pass.
Not that it would be a prediction, but just, yeah.
For me, there's a political issue on a level that is different than the, I think, more fundamental issue that you've raised. On a very fundamental level, one could argue that what Marx envisions with this understanding of the dynamic of capital, that capital be reappropriated, but not in the sense of getting rid of the capitalists, maintaining the same structure of production, and that the reappropriation is the reappropriation by the workers of their knowledge, because it's not. But rather that this constitution of wealth and knowledge allow for a fundamental reorganization of society. Now, this is extremely abstract. It seems to me that at the back of his mind, because you raised the issue of anthropology, at the back of his mind is a notion, if I can go really sort of meta-historical, that he scribbles a little bit in the Grundrisse about capitalism being the second great form of human reproduction. And it seems to me, rather than seeing, which a lot of people do, capitalism is just another mode of exploitation, it's just that the form of exploitation is covert rather than overt, that he thinks that the nature of human reproduction changes fundamentally with capitalism. When he says that the emergence of wage labor on a mass scale is epoch-making in human history, I think the way to read that is that for a large number of people, the majority of people, the mode of human reproduction is fundamentally revolutionized. That in all societies, as different as they are and were, that for the vast majority of the population, human reproduction was effected on a small scale by human beings who in groups produced more or less their own means of reproduction. Whether one talks about peasant families, which of course take different forms, or nomadic societies. And those are the two great forms of human reproduction that come into being after, what is called the Neolithic Revolution. That in both cases, human reproduction is effected on a small scale. And that there aren't sharp distinctions between production and reproduction, in part because the unit, let's call it the peasant family, is also producing largely its own means of reproduction. Wage labor, once generalized, changes all of that. Wage labor means that increasing numbers of people live in societies with highly developed divisions of labor where your own labor contributes nothing directly to your own reproduction. And, historians can look at let's say, France in the 19th century and point out that the idea of an enclosed working class completely separate from the peasants didn't exist. Yeah, it didn't exist for a while. A lot of first-generation workers had a foot back in the peasant communities from which they derived. That is no longer the case. That hasn't been the case for a century. Sometimes, an empiricist approach sort of loses sight of the tree, much less the forest. So this is the second major form of reproduction. Now, I think what he's trying to get at here, and it raises enormous political problems, is that capitalism itself is generative of potentials that renders the wage form anachronistic. So it's an attempt to go beyond the wage form, which would mean also for him a fundamentally different mode of reproduction. He doesn't have a blueprint. I do think that people who are talking about minimum guaranteed wage indicates one attempt to find kind of a path into this problem of post-wage labor reproduction. I'm sure it's going to run into a lot of problems, but you'll notice in a way it acknowledges, and of course there are right-wing and left-wing versions of it, but in a way it acknowledges that the ideal of full employment for everybody within the framework of wage-based society has no longer become a possibility. It no longer remains a possibility. And that there are very few imaginaries for a future. Now, let me pluck out of context a little piece of the Communist Manifesto, which I've been kind of burying up to now. Even in the Communist Manifesto, Marx never says that capitalism necessarily is going to give rise to socialism. What he says is that the choices become socialism or barbarism. Then you can debate what is meant by barbarism. It seems to me that what he's begun outlining in the first volume, because the first volume is the trajectory of the historical whole. Volume 2 and 3 are about why that trajectory doesn't appear. Whereas most people who even see that he's trying to indicate value doesn't appear, think that it's a question of economics, rather than the trajectory. Price will not explain the trajectory. He thinks value does. Okay, but leaving that aside, the trajectory that he's outlined here leads to this, on the one hand, it's a paradoxical situation. Human capacities are enormously enlarged. They're enlarged in a form that oppresses the living, if you will. But moreover, it renders wage labor anachronistic while remaining bound to wage labor. That shearing pressure means an increase in superfluous people and a decrease in well-paid jobs, regardless of what the sector is. Yeah?
I just have a quick question. Earlier you mentioned political demands to work. So when people who are rendered superfluous politically ask for work, they're asking for the thing that renders them superfluous. I don't know.
No, they're asking for, the cultural dimension of this, which a lot of people have picked up on, and talk about, is that the one vehicle of dignity for the many has become work. So when people ask for work, they are asking at one and the same time for means of reproduction so that they can have a house to live in and some food and clothes, etc. And they're asking for an activity that gives them dignity. And especially in the United States, so-called welfare is organized in really to make people feel terrible. So that reinforces the whole thing on the part of those who are working and on the part of those who aren't working. So what do you do in a situation where work slowly is disappearing? I don't know what Livingston said yesterday. I don't know if any of you were at that talk at the Neubauer or Neubauer. But it is a real problem on the one hand. On the other hand, within the framework of Marxist theory, there is not and cannot be a transition to a post-industrial society that's simply smooth as a result of technological development. So it's crisis-ridden, and if Marx is right, Pache, these guys who are going to build their own South Sea Island, the economic system is going to run into increasing difficulties. And no amount of iPhones are going to change that.
Could those difficulties be political difficulties?
No, economic.
Well, if you think about like why those companies are so highly valued, you know, the Ubers, Airbnbs of the world, what is behind that valuation? There's talk of a tech bubble. I'm not sure what's behind that, but you know, I'm very curious about the value of these companies. Why these unicorn companies are, worth so much.
Right. It's a real question. I don't think I have the answer, but what I'm trying to point to is a new iteration of the notion of socialism and barbarism. That is to say, this already begins with the construction of gated communities. You don't have to go to the South Sea. They're already there earlier, or the kind of architecture that became important starting, I believe, in the 1980s, where what had been public spaces, the streets, became moved indoors. So you have, let's say, large hotels that have quasi-public places inside. They're no longer on the street. I found it a very interesting divergence. They may converge again now, but during the 70s, which is a period I was not in the United States, what you began to get in Western Europe everywhere was the proliferation of pedestrian zones. These narrow streets that had been choked with cars and buses, they stopped all the traffic, put in pavement, sort of like in front of the old Chicago Theological Seminary, whatever they call the new name for the temple of the economics department. They put in nice pavement, walking, no cars, and an attempt to help reconstitute a kind of public spaces. Not just a mall, because it's outdoors and you always have political talks, etc., as people are shopping, whatever they're doing. In the United States, I found it very significant that all moved indoors. Because moving indoors means that it necessarily excludes. You don't have to show a badge to get into the lobby of the Hyatt. But there are a lot of people who will not walk in, who feel too intimidated to walk in, who may not feel intimidated walking along Michigan Avenue. So one of the things is a kind of a circling of the wagons where the rest is just left. And I think that it could be that that's going to happen increasingly. You're going to have the forts and then everything else is going to be Mad Max. One could, I think, reasonably call this barbarism. So you're stuck with a kind of a contradiction, which, at least globally, you're getting increasing numbers of superfluous people without a very clear way forward. I think it's a crisis moment that goes even beyond the crisis of the fascistoid populist parties that are sweeping across Central, Western Europe, and the United States, and feel they've got the wind in their sails that the United States now has the tweeter-in-chief.
How does this relate to when you're talking about civilization or barbarism? I mean, certain. Is that similar to what Piketty's book talks about? Some kind of choice that if we want to have our values, then we need to destroy these aspects of the current system, and otherwise we're going to have. I mean, it sounds like
there are parallels, definitely. But I gave this little talk. By focusing almost entirely on tax policy, and therefore policy, what Piketty does is he brackets the whole notion of other constraints. And Piketty has kind of like this U-curve that in the late 19th century you had high levels of inequality, mid-20th century much lower levels of inequality, late 20th, early 21st century you're back to late 19th in terms of inequality. And he relates that to tax policies. But I pointed out there are other curves that are exactly parallel to that. Productivity, wages, a lot of them. How do you explain the curves? If it's only tax policy, it can be explained in terms of policy. So I like the book, but it doesn't go nearly far enough. And with that, we're finished.